Cool. C'est ça. Orders of the day. Ordre du jour.
Ordre émanant du gouvernement, projet de loi
Government orders, government bills, comments. Resuming debate on the motion at report stage of Bill C-30, Budget Implementation Act 2021, number 1.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Edmonton Griesbach.
Mr. Speaker, a bit of personal history. I was the son of parents who lived through the Great Depression. My dad, Tony, put food on the table by being a locomotive engineer. He worked at Algoma Steel in Sault Ste. Marie, Ontario, and he served as secretary-treasurer of his union. My mom, Helen, was a busy stay-at-home mother to 5 kids. We were happy, but I don't remember us having a whole lot of money when we were growing up. As a kid in grade school, I can count the number of times on one hand that we actually went out to a real restaurant. My mom's attitude was, why waste good money on a restaurant when we have food at home? I remember if there was a big sale at the grocery store or something, we'd sometimes get steak at home, but it was a rare treat. The reason I remember that was when we'd have it, my mom always had the same thing to say. She'd say, that steak costs 99 cents a pound, so make sure you eat all of it, even the fat. It was a good lesson in life, though. At an early age, kids in my family learned the value of money, and we learned that you never waste anything. My parents gave me a great life lesson, and I was happy, but those lessons stuck with me. And you know what, Mr. Speaker, I think a lot of Canadians these days can relate to those lessons. They understand the value of hard work and money, and they want value for their tax dollars from governments. I know these have been challenging times with the COVID pandemic. Due to this terrible pandemic, governments were forced to shut down the normal economy. As such, people needed an income. Governments had a duty to come to the rescue. But they spent a lot of money, especially this Liberal government. I admit it, a good chunk of it was needed. In fact, it was Conservatives who pushed the Liberals to increase financial benefits to Canadians during this pandemic. Right at the beginning of the pandemic, we fought to get a big increase in the small business wage subsidy. However, as we enter the road to recovery, we need a plan back to fiscal balance. It's a lesson my parents and many of our parents and grandparents learned the hard way. And I know many of my constituents feel the same way. I regularly survey my constituents for their views on important issues of the day. And one question I asked them recently was, are you worried about the federal debt? The vast majority, more than 80%, said they are very worried. Yet, the Liberals failed to take prudent measures in this budget. Despite record spending, there's no meaningful action to reduce our massive debt load. And massive is the key word here. The debt is more than $1 trillion and climbing. The Liberals don't even have a long-term plan to return to balance. This is a shocking failure by this government. It was only a year ago that the Prime Minister was boasting. He was boasting of Canada's fiscal capacity to offer supports during the pandemic. He said his government could spend lots of money because of the prudent decisions they made previously. Okay, so why then isn't he making those prudent decisions for the future? As COVID made clear, we can't foresee these events. Just consider this government's failure early on to recognize how serious COVID itself was. Early on, we conservatives gave this advice: shut down flights from COVID hotspots. The government said we were being alarmist, even racist. So what's going to happen during the next crisis that we face with our now limited fiscal capacity? We don't have the capacity to keep on spending. The Prime Minister boasts of prudent decisions, but he fails to make them. Prior to COVID, this government showed a complete lack of fiscal discipline. Instead of prudently managing taxpayers' money, the Liberals ran deficit after deficit. During the good times, the Liberals added more than $72 billion to the national debt. To put that into perspective, that's nearly $2,000 of new debt for every man, woman, and child in Canada. Continuous deficits and endless debt leave us vulnerable. It's not sustainable. In a crisis, you need a healthy balance sheet. Who said that? Well, an expert did. That's the view of Philip Cross. He's the former economic analyst at Statistics Canada. When Conservatives were in power, we were fiscally responsible. We came out of the 2008 financial crisis better than any country in the G7. Here's what Cross said about that. Strong balance sheets in Canada stood it in good stead to endure the recession and emerge into recovery. The recession was shorter and milder in Canada than in other G7 nations, partly because the flow of credit was not disrupted as it was in other nations, and a large pool of savings was available to finance spending when income fell temporarily. So what's going to happen in the next crisis if this Liberal government gambles our safety net? Most Canadians know about the value of money. These Liberals have to learn that too. Let's go over just some of the Liberals' useless spending. Earlier this year, I asked an order paper question on the expenses related to having government employees work from home. Now, working from home was, of course, an important safety feature, and I think we can all accept reasonable expenses. However, can anyone really justify spending $2,815 of taxpayers' money for a desk or $1,160 for a work chair? Having gone through that document, those are hardly isolated incidents. It's only scratching the surface. This government's contempt for transparency has been evident for years. However, they've doubled down during the COVID crisis. They're actually hiding crucial information on how taxpayers' money is being spent. Even a former parliamentary budget officer has criticized the government for lack of transparency. For example, members from across the aisle on the Transport Committee recently talked out the clock to avoid accountability. Instead of being transparent about their mismanagement of the infrastructure bank, they tried to bury the details. But the details, of course, eventually come out, like how the infrastructure bank recently paid out nearly $4 million for executive terminations, or how the bank has completed 0 projects in 4 years, and how it's projected to lose billions of taxpayers' dollars. Building needed projects in Canada seems to be too complicated for this Liberal budget, but they don't seem to have any issue funding the China-controlled Asian Infrastructure Bank to build projects outside of Canada. The Liberals have funneled tens of millions of dollars to this Chinese state-run bank. This is despite that the Chinese communist regime is holding 2 of our citizens against their will on trumped-up charges. How exactly is the Asian Infrastructure Bank good value for money? As we're racking up more and more debt, I wonder just how much of it is being wasted. This is an important issue, Mr. Speaker, especially for younger generations. We're passing this debt on to the next generation to pay off, and we owe it to them not to bury them in debt. Even worse, Mr. Speaker, this spending isn't even geared to growing the economy, but don't take my word on it. That's the analysis of the independent parliamentary budget officer. He said this: budget 2021 estimates overstate the impact of stimulus spending over the next 3 years. So despite massive unsustainable spending, we're not even going to see additional growth. One thing that's also readily available is the government's strategy is not prepared for an increase in interest rates. Even a minor increase could have a devastating effect on our long-term national finances. My constituents are demanding answers, Mr. Speaker. Like my parents, they know the value of money. They work hard for their money. They expect and demand that their money isn't wasted. Canadians know that Liberal spending is out of control. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Qu'est-ce que commentaires? Alors, la députée de Saint-Jean.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. I want to thank my colleague for his speech. I understand that for the Conservatives it's important to reduce spending, but there are some services that remain essential. For example, the support to farmers. It's $1,500 to help them bring in temporary foreign workers, and that money is going to be cut down to $750 in the coming days. So I'd like to hear my colleague on this issue, on that particular issue. Does he think that the help for farmers should be extended because farmers are still facing fees and will be in the coming weeks? The Honourable Member for Edmonton Griesbach.
Well, you know, obviously I'm from Western Canada, from Alberta. Farmers built this country. Agriculture is absolutely vital. And the bigger picture, let's look at the bigger picture instead of cherry picking little items out of this budget. The bigger picture is we need a sustainable future, and we cannot continue to spend as if there is no tomorrow, because if we continue to do that, there will be no tomorrow.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to pose a question. I find it interesting how the Conservative narrative on the fiscal capacity of Canada has been used as an excuse to oppose measures that are actually going to help vulnerable Canadians that have been impacted. I'd like to pass on to the Honourable Member that whether he takes his pick between Moody's, S&P, DBRS, they've all reaffirmed Canada's AAA credit rating. We had the lowest debt to GDP ratio in the G7, and the IMF had said, had we not launched record spending to support Canadian workers and businesses, we would have had a similar debt to GDP ratio with a much bigger negative impact on our economy. So my question to the Honourable Member, does he agree with his party leader who opposed CERB? Did he agree with his party who voted against extension to the emergency measures? And why does he use the fiscal situation in Canada to oppose measures that are actually helping people in their time of need?
Member for Edmonton Griesbach.
Mr. Speaker, that's rather rich coming from the member across the way. We work to improve many of these programs. I fully admit that there is a lot of spending that was absolutely vital. When governments shut down economies, of course you can't leave people in the lurch. You have to help them out. And we were the party. It was our party that improved these programs. And it's ridiculous to say that somehow we're opposed to it. We're opposed to runaway spending. And we know that the wolf is going to be at the door one day. And you look back to see what was done under the Harper government, how we came out the shining star out of the G7 countries out of 2008. And I don't take my word for that. Take the word of financial experts. We were a star, and that's how, when we are in government, we will be in far better shape than what this government is going to leave Canadians next time we have a major crisis.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, I know my colleague spoke a lot about deficit, but here's the thing. While millions of people are worried about losing their jobs, Canada's 20 richest people have increased their wealth. Instead of making the richest pay the cost for the economic recovery, the Conservatives, very much like the Liberals, want to protect the profits of the richest. My question for the member is, can the member please explain why he refuses to make the richest pay their fair share?
Honourable Member for Edmonton Griesbach.
Well, you know, everybody has to pay their fair share, obviously, but it's also people who create wealth in this country who they are the people who are risking to create wealth. You look at the young startups, look at young entrepreneurs, they're starting from nothing. You look at the history of growth in any developed nation, it starts with great ideas, and we have to cultivate these great ideas. I know that the certain members of the NDP and the NDP philosophy is just take as much money from possible as can bear and redistribute wealth. That is not a good philosophy. It has not worked in any country in the world. There are many recent failures and long-time failures. And no, we conservatives do not believe in punishing people for good ideas and growing economies and creating wealth.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have the honor today to give a budget speech in response to this government's budget. Many of my colleagues, whether on my side of the aisle or the other side of the aisle, have already given speeches about this budget. But today, I'm not here to simply support the budget blindly or criticize it for ideological or political gain. I'm here today to speak from the heart. I'm here to speak on behalf of my constituents. I'm here, Albertans. This budget fell short in helping Canada's oil and gas, energy, agriculture, and forestry sectors to be global leaders in performance and innovation. While there is money going to some sectors in our economy, there is no plan as usual. As Adam Legg wrote for the Calgary Herald about this very issue, quote, "It is not rooted in the sound recommendations of the government's own Industry Strategy Council," close quote. While this government may say that this money will create a fancy new future and make jobs, the truth is it's more lip service to Albertans. To the single mother who is a field project manager, to the Muslim sister who just got her citizenship and a job in our energy industry as a chemical engineer, and to the 8th generation roughneck worker inside the oil fields. It's very clear. This government has forgotten about them. They have forgotten about the average working class that has made this country great. While this government's new budget makes life harder for my constituents to earn money, it also makes daily living more expensive and creates great harm for our children and future generations. April's inflation rate was 3.4%. That means the cost of goods are now 3.4% higher on average. Many of my constituents have been laid off or taken a massive pay decrease due to this pandemic. Many Canadians are living paycheck to paycheck, and this was even before the pandemic. Many Canadians cannot afford to pay more for basic necessities due to this Prime Minister's reckless spending and budget. In April, our economy saw 2,700,000 jobs lost with an unemployment rate above 8%. So what's the solution? Spending more, says the finance minister. According to her, it's an ideal time to borrow because interest rates are low. That's interesting, because as the global economy recovers, the interest rates are actually rising. And that has been the trend for the last few months. The cost of debt repayment has now reached a skyrocketing $22 billion per year. That means $22 billion less for our seniors, veterans, healthcare system, and many other important systems and groups that need this money. Of course, as Nobel Prize-winning economist Milton Friedman once said, there is no such thing as a free lunch. So, who will pay for this lunch, you may ask? Our children, their children, and their children's children, and so on. I'm already talking to many students who can't find internships, who are crippling in debt, who struggle from many mental health issues due to this pandemic and even before. Now, moreover, stress and lack of employment due to our weak economy, what will they say when they find out a few years down the road that they will have to pay for all of this mess? A mess that this government has put us in. The key word, Mr. Speaker, is inflation. For every dollar we print, the value of every dollar falls. It's basic economics. I wish we could print all the money in the world and help everyone, but there is such a thing as scarcity, and this government does not understand that. And now our constituents have to suffer. Mr. Speaker, I also have the privilege of being the official opposition's Shadow Minister for Immigration, Refugees, and Citizenship. So how does this budget affect immigration, you may ask? The Immigration Minister promised that Canada will welcome 400,000 and 100,000 immigrants this year. And still, there are massive backlogs. We need immigration, Mr. Speaker. Our working population is aging, but unfortunately, this immigration system is aging with it. This budget does nothing significant to address these backlogs. Families remain separated from their loved ones. Parents are missing their children's first steps, birthdays, and in some cases, their births. Just the other month, Mr. Speaker, I received a call from a constituent saying that they wanted to kill themselves because they can't wait any longer to see their loved ones and can't bear the isolation of this pandemic any longer. And my heart breaks for them, Mr. Speaker. The detail that is included in this budget is just a timeline or a promise to deliver a new program by 2023. Ignoring this government's track record with broken promises, pushing this problem down the road is not helping anyone. Families are separated for years. People are waiting for half a decade to have their applications processed, and yet the best the Liberals can do is promise an untested program being launched in the future. There are also no details on whether the government will work with experts, national and cybersecurity professionals, or even immigration experts to develop a platform that truly works for Canadians. There cannot be a strong recovery without a strong plan for immigration. What Canada needs now is a smarter immigration system that focuses on our resources on making Canada a more welcoming place, full of opportunity and potential. A Conservative government will work to replace Liberal platitudes with a system that actually works again, one that doesn't leave families separated and desperate for hope, but hopeful for a prosperous life in Canada. But again, the government will point and blame when they hear these facts about their budget. Of course, they will blame the pandemic and say it stalled efforts for economic recovery and the advancement of the immigration system. But Mr. Speaker, the new question is, what is this government doing to reopen Canada safely? A failed plan to procure vaccines, a failed plan to secure our borders, to stop variants, and a failed plan to support small business and our energy industry in withstanding the negative effects of this pandemic. Just recently, a Calgary-based company who was making a vaccine for COVID-19 said it is leaving Canada after this government ignored their calls for support. The goal is to retain Canadian talent, not drive it away. Before this pandemic, this government's policies against our world-class energy industry led to investment fleeing away. I personally saw the tradespeople I dealt with having to lay off their workers and having to go back onto the field themselves. They blamed this Liberal government's policies and inaction to help support them. Mr. Speaker, I ask, even in the toughest of times, and with a bad budget, to stay strong. To the small business owners, the families living paycheck to paycheck, and those trying to start a new life in our great country, do not give up. Do not lose hope. For what makes our country great is the people, not its government or fancy budget plans that do very little to help the little guy. We are stronger together, and I stand here on behalf of my constituents to speak up against this budget and expose who it is hurting, the everyday Canadian. Inflation due to this out-of-control spending doesn't really hurt the rich and privileged that bad. Who it does hurt is the single mother from Calgary who is struggling to pay for her kids' schooling and groceries, or the bus driver from Toronto trying to afford his mortgage, and the family-run restaurant owner from PEI who has to close up shop for good because this government couldn't secure the vaccines fast enough, unlike our counterparts. I came to this country as an immigrant, Mr. Speaker, and I grew up as an at-risk youth. I still remember the raindrops hitting my face as me and my family waited in line for low-income bus passes. I still remember seeing my parents and myself working multiple jobs to make ends meet and to survive. I don't want to see that struggle for my children or anyone's children, or in fact, any Canadian. We came to this country to enjoy prosperity, not government debt and a crippling economy. A Conservative government will have a real plan, made by the experts and guided by the everyday Canadian. We will have a fresh new vision of hope where no matter where you came from, who you are, or when you got here, you will have a chance to live the Canadian dream, just like I did and many members of this House did. As Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. once said, we must accept finite disappointment, but we must never lose infinite hope. Together, we will fix this mistake. Together, we will recover this economy. and together we will all grow. Mr. Speaker, may God keep our land glorious and free. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Avalon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for his speech and the budget. I wonder sometimes when I hear a Conservative stand up and speak about spending and the deficit, and I recall the finance critic at one time, the member for Carleton, would stand up day after day and say, we're spending too much, we're helping too much. I wonder if the member could answer in a truthful way, which program would they cut, or which program would they give less money to than what we brought in during this pandemic? Because it's fine to talk about what happened in 2008, but the world has never seen the likes of the pandemic that has hit the globe in the way it did now a year and a half ago. So my question to the member is, which program would you not support? Which program would you eliminate? And what class of people are you hurting the most by doing this?
The honourable member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the honourable colleague for his question. And I find it quite funny that the Liberals would accuse us of bringing up 2008 when it seems like Prime Minister Harper lives rent-free in all of their minds all the time. What the Conservatives were asking for in the beginning of this pandemic was actually for more supports. When the Liberals came forward with their wage subsidy plan, it was far too less for business owners. They had already crippled most of our economy anyways by then, and then gave just little tidbits for small business owners like restaurant owners. When it came to the wage subsidy, it was far too less. We all had to stand up and remind this government that it's the small business owners that were going to hurt the most before they made that change. When the business loan came out, again, there was it wasn't enough for business owners. We had to fight for that to be increased and the $50,000 payroll to be taken away, because as we know, most small business owners take out dividends and not payroll. So it was us Conservatives that were always sticking up for the small business owners.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député de Berthier-Masquinongé.
Merci beaucoup.
I'm a member for Berthier-Masquinongé. I'd like to thank the member for his speech. The question was answered earlier without a clear answer. There's some spending that's good and some that's fundamental. For example, support for farmers for the quarantine of temporary foreign workers. Currently, produce producers in Ontario and Quebec are calling on the minister to continue the support beyond June 5th. This is not the time to abandon farmers when the battle against COVID-19 is not over yet. I'd like to know what the Conservatives' position on that is. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague. Of course, we want to support our hardworking farmers. I was in a meeting with a group from Quebec just yesterday, and we talked about how the backlogs are completely stopping business from happening in Quebec. They are in desperate need of temporary foreign workers. I fully agree with that. And my honourable colleague who is in the Immigration Committee with myself, we're talking about this in the committee all the time, and I talked about this in my speech, it's the backlogs that are causing a lot of harm, especially to our farmers. It's happening in Alberta, it's happening in Quebec, Ontario. Every single province is suffering due to this Liberal government's failure to address backlogs. And this budget did nothing to help that, or at least develop a clear plan going forward that will help farmers. We all want better for our farmers, and that includes to clear up these backlogs.
I'm going to try and get one more question in here. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my friend for her speech. He mentioned a lot of people that are hurting, and I appreciate that, but he did mention on seniors. Now, in this budget, the government has made a two-tier system of junior seniors and senior seniors, and knowing that the need is out there because they give one-time checks last year, now they're only giving one-time checks, and it increases to a certain amount of seniors and not to people from 65 to 74. Does he agree with this, and does he support this, or what would his government do?
Honourable member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my honorable colleague for the question. I'll admit I'm not fully aware of the full details, but what I will say is that Conservatives will always support our seniors. I think that our seniors are the most precious people that we have. In my own personal life, it's the seniors where I got all my blessings from. And we will have a plan that will come out that will address a lot of the insecurities that our seniors have, to make sure that we're supporting them because they deserve it the most. This Liberal government has over and over failed our seniors in many different ways. And this budget did not address their problems either. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Barrie, Springwater, Oro-Medonte.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Liberal government finally tabled a budget for Parliament to debate and Canadians to review. This was a new record, Mr. Speaker, a kind of a dubious record, but a record nonetheless. This budget will send the national debt level to a staggering $1.4 trillion in 5 years. Almost as concerning is the budget contains no measures to return back to a balanced budget. This pattern of reckless spending has been a hallmark of the Trudeau Liberals since coming to office. They spend without a plan. They spend with lofty hopes and dreams that the budget will balance itself. Mr. Speaker, the people from Barrie, Springwater, Oro-Medonte that call my office or email us are anxious and are looking for a plan. Adding $1.4 trillion to the national debt saddles our grandkids and their children with the burden to pay this back. That, Mr. Speaker, is just unfair to them. I understand we are in unprecedented times and we need to help Canadians survive as we navigate the global COVID pandemic. However, these measures should be temporary and the plan should be in place to ensure we return to a balanced budget. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals have no plan to balance the books and there appears to be no end in sight of their reckless spending. I want to shift gears for a bit, Mr. Speaker. While we all understand the pressures that Canadians have been under the last year and a half as we all deal with the pandemic, the Prime Minister had the opportunity to invest historically in mental health to help build the infrastructure our mental health care system will need to support people as we come out of this pandemic. Like most things, this government attempts, they missed the mark. Mr. Speaker, suicide rates among men are rising at staggering rates. A Leger poll commissioned by Mental Health Commission of Canada noted a sharp increase in respondents reporting depression. The poll noted the number jumped from 2% to 14%. McMaster Children's Hospital found youth suicide attempts have tripled because of COVID restrictions. The same study found there was a 90% increase in youth being referred to the hospital's eating disorder program. There is no doubt people are struggling, and there is no doubt the Prime Minister failed to deliver investments into mental health. Mr. Speaker, this budget does absolutely nothing for growth and long-term prosperity for Canadians or the economy. David Dodge, former Bank of Canada governor, was quoted in a National Post news article saying, quote, "My policy criticism of the budget is that it really does not focus on growth," he said. To me, it wouldn't accord with something that was a reasonably prudent fiscal plan. Let me put it that way, end of quote. Robert Asselin, a former budget and policy advisor to former Finance Minister Bill Morneau, said this budget was, quote, "a political solution in search of an economic problem," end of quote. Mr. Speaker, when your friends are let down by your budget, how can you reasonably expect Canadians to get excited about your budget? Seniors have been disproportionately impacted by COVID. Seniors have been isolated from their children and grandchildren. In some tragic cases, they have passed away with no one around them in their final moments. I do not bring this up lightly, Mr. Speaker, but once again, the Liberals had an opportunity to make foundational investment and they failed to deliver. The programs and supports that were announced in this budget offer up very little detail and will leave many seniors behind. This government needs to respect our seniors and ensure that they act on their promises and move forward with funding to help provinces and territories address the acute challenges in long-term care. Part of Barrie, Springwater, Oro-Medonte is rural and constituents constantly write to me and my staff about their poor broadband connectivity. The Prime Minister promised to invest in rural broadband and to ensure the money rollout came faster. However, this has not happened. We have seen announcements and re-announcements of the same funding, but the projects are not being built. These delays and inaction have had a real impact on rural areas of my riding. With so many people working from home, it is time the empty promises end and real action kick in. The Prime Minister promised an additional $1 billion over 6 years, starting this year, for the Universal Broadband Fund. With the proposed budget 2021 money, that would be $2.75 billion available for projects across Canada. Yet, communities in my riding are suffering because this Prime Minister and his cabinet prefer to make announcements than take concrete action to support rural Canadians. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has created such uncertainty in the economy over the last year and a half that people are not sure when we will get back to something that resembles normal. The uncertainty of the pandemic and the lack of action from the Prime Minister to build a robust economy has created a shortage in many supply chains, and there is having a dramatic impact on businesses in Barrie, Springwater, or Oromodonte. One supply chain shortage that is developing is a shortage of semiconductors. I recently spoke with car dealerships in my riding who are telling me that they are having a difficult time getting inventory because of this shortage. Another stalwart business in my riding is Napoleon Home Comfort. They manufacture barbecues and fireplaces. They employ hundreds of people and opened in 1980. They are days away from potentially having to close their doors and lay off hardworking Canadians because the shortage of semiconductors will prevent them from being able to manufacture their products. This semiconductor shortage has the potential to affect tens of thousands of supply chain manufacturing and distribution jobs across Canada. Barrie, Springwater, Oromodonte residents rely on transportation such as local motor coach operators like Hammond Transportation or Greyhound. We all know that Greyhound has decided to pull all their Canadian operations, leaving people stranded across the country. In my riding, Mr. Speaker, people used Greyhound to commute to work. People who worked in Toronto but found it more cost-effective to commute daily via the bus to earn a living. Hammond Transportation is a family-owned school bus, charter bus, and motor coach company who I met with recently to hear firsthand their issues. Mr. Speaker, like many motor coach companies across Ontario and Canada, Hammond has taken on new debt to continue to operate as revenues slide. The lack of a coordinated border reopening plan has impacted their quarterly planning and has reduced the recovery trajectory. One of the biggest concerns of Kent Hammond, the owner of Hammond Transportation, brought to me was the impacts of winding down of Canada's emergency wage subsidy and the Canada Emergency Rent Subsidy. With uncertain border openings and tourism possibilities, there is no way they can plan for a firm start-back date. With most of this budget, critical industries and sectors were overlooked. The impacts of changes were drastically underestimated for some sectors. Frankly, it is poor planning and management, Mr. Speaker. To say that I was disappointed with the over 700 pages of the budget would be an understatement. The Prime Minister had an opportunity to deliver a budget that would carry, impact, and help industries and businesses, particularly small and medium-sized businesses, come out of this pandemic on solid ground. Unfortunately, he failed, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister failed to deliver investments in mental health supports for Canadians and our healthcare system, as those who are struggling through the pandemic seek additional supports. They failed to deliver impactful investments for seniors. Instead of rolling up his sleeves and getting to work, the Prime Minister and his Finance Minister repurposed funding announcements and issued more empty promises. This Prime Minister failed to deliver proper investments for rural broadband as more and more people are working and studying from home. Having strong and reliable internet signals is critical. That disproportionately impacts rural Canadians, but this Prime Minister seems to be more worried about urban concerns. It's truly unfortunate that the Prime Minister squandered this opportunity to deliver real and meaningful investments that would support Canadians. Furthermore, if you can't even make your friends like Mark Carney or Robert Asselin happy with your budget, how are Canadians expect to be excited about this budget? Mr. Speaker, opening a business anytime is scary and stressful, but doing that in a pandemic is even more courageous. Stephanie Stout in Barrie opened Curio Exploration Hub, an innovative new child activity center. She found herself struggling when she opened because she didn't qualify for the existing COVID programs. Ms. Stout is a hardworking entrepreneurial mother of two who is pushing forward, but this government and this Prime Minister weren't there for her when she needed them. I asked a question in the House on December 8th, 2020 about Mrs. Stout's concerns, and while Mrs. Stout's business is still open, the Prime Minister has not made things easy for small business to access supports so they can survive and thrive on the other side of the pandemic. Mr. Speaker, the world is a dark place right now. We are a nation that is suffering, and we now require more than ever to work across party lines to ensure we have the best interests of Canadians at the top of mind. Canadians are looking for real and authentic leadership. We had an opportunity to do this, but we need to work together to ensure we make investments in seniors, rural broadband, small and medium-sized businesses, and domestic vaccine production so we can get Canadians back to work and our economy growing. We also need to make sure we have sufficient investments in mental health to support those struggling and the effects of the pandemic and lockdowns. We may be in a dark place right now, Mr. Speaker, but there is light at the end of the tunnel, and for us to get there, we need to all work together. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires?
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Barrie Freewater Oro-Medonto for his speech. He talked about unbridled spending leading to uncertainty, but I'd like to remind him that that uncertainty comes from a lack of predictability for our businesses. With income stabilization measures, some industries are forgotten, some are worried, some have had to wait longer, like tourism and sugar bushes. So when he talks about cuts, wouldn't it be better to extend the support, to prolong the support? For example, with the rent support, is he talking about austerity? He talked about health. Would he make cuts, or don't we need a national framework for mental health care and an increase in health transfers up to 35%? So I'd like to hear what he has to say about how some sectors have had to wait longer and haven't been protected at all.
Thank you very much, and thank you to my member opposite for that great question. There's a lot in that question. I'd like to try and address a few of those. Yes, absolutely. I think the biggest problem going forward is a plan and knowing firm dates. As I mentioned in my speech about Hammond Transportation, who have been literally and figuratively shut down for 18 months. They have been struggling. The meeting I had with them last week was about reopening. They were mentioning that unless they have secure reopening dates and when they can know they can bring business back online, they won't be able to plan. They have had many of their employees leave, and they can't bring them back until they know dates. The tourism industry has been one of the hardest hit sectors, Mr. Speaker, as you well know, and we need to make sure we're not just cutting off programs, that we're making sure we're giving them plans and dates to go with that. Mr. Speaker, I was also asked about mental health and where we go for that. I'm proud to say that the Conservative Party has a 5-point plan, and one of our top 5 points is to secure mental health. The last year has made clear that mental health crisis we face. It's time to make it clear that mental health is health, and it's time to treat it properly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for North Island, Powell River.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his speech. In my riding, of course, I represent many coastal communities, and we have a long history of tourism-based industry that has really been struggling. A large part of our population that come to visit us are international, and I really admire their strength in our communities and how they're marketing to a more local group to try to get people out. I'm just wondering, one of the things that concerns me in this document is the fact that the funding and resources for those small businesses, those tourism businesses, is not long enough, it's not stable enough, and doesn't provide the supports that they need to still be here so we can rebuild the economy. I'm just wondering if the member could speak to that.
Member for Barrie Springwater Oro-Medonto.
Thank you to my member opposite for that great question. Mr. Speaker, yes, I live in Central Ontario. We have a huge hub of tourism here, and just north of us is the gateway to Northern Ontario and Muskoka area, and that's a tremendous amount of tourism. We need to make sure, as I mentioned in my previous answer, that there's a planned date, a plan forward. How are we going to get there? We can't just keep telling people, well, someday you'll be able to open, someday you'll be able to bring tours back. What we need is to make sure they have a planned date. And the reason we're in this so late and so far behind was because of the late coming of vaccines. Everybody can see now, especially in central Ontario, vaccines are starting to roll out and things are better, and we will get there. But we need firm planned dates, Mr. Speaker. That's how we get around this.
We have time just for a quick question. The honourable member for Kenora.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In a previous answer, the member was speaking about our mental health plan, but sort of ran out of time. I'd like to give him an opportunity if he likes to touch on some of the details in that plan, such as the 988 hotline and how important it is to helping Canadians.
The honourable member for Barrie Springwater Almadani.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And thank you to my good friend from Kenora for his great question. The 3-digit access to mental health is very imperative to the Conservative. It was brought forward by our good member of our party. We've pushed for that. We're not getting that push through quick enough, but it's greatly needed. I'm hearing great things in the community about that system, and we need to get that going. And thank you for the question on mental health, because quite frankly, our 3 bases for going forward is to boost funding to the provinces for mental health care, to provide incentives to employers, to provide mental health coverage to employees, and to create a nationwide 3-digit suicide prevention hotline. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That is our plan going forward with mental health, and thank you for the time today.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I want to publicly congratulate you on the position you have held for 10 years now, with a great deal of dignity and elegance, and you have made the language of Molière sing. All my congratulations and good luck in the future. Thank you for everything you do. Mr. Speaker, I'm very pleased that we have come to report stage. We spent a lot of time in committee, and finally the bill is back before the House. At the report stage, there are 2 amendments, and both come from the government. The first one is laughable. It prohibits wage subsidies to political parties, but only as of this summer, long after parties will have happily dipped in the wage subsidy candy dish. All the parties except the Bloc. We know, it's a fact. All political parties have raised record funds during the pandemic, but that's not enough. They had to twist the spirit of the program. This was a program to help workers and businesses that were affected and are affected by the pandemic, a program paid for by tax money and collective debt. Political parties were never named in the bill, but the agency chose to include them anyway. It allowed the Liberal Party to collect $1 million after getting $15 million just for 2020 alone. That's despicable. And to top it all off, after refusing to exclude political parties from the subsidy, which allows them to keep the $1 million, they're doing it again for July when no party is using it anymore. That's Liberal hypocrisy for you. If the First Amendment is ridiculous, the second one is downright dangerous. The government's other amendment is very serious. It threatens the very heart of the Quebec economy. The Liberal government's Second Amendment seeks to undo what was done in committee, which would harm Quebec and the other provinces in order to please Bay Street. The government is asking the House to restore funding to the Canadian Securities Regulation Transition Office in Toronto. In its stubborn desire to harm Quebec's economy, the government is asking the House to undo what was passed in committee. As we know, for this government, Bay Street outweighs the whole of Quebec. As we know, the centralization of securities regulation is a violation of the jurisdiction of Quebec and the provinces, and Ottawa's goal is to strip Quebec of its financial sector. This Liberal amendment would renew and considerably increase the budget of the Canadian Securities Regulation Transition Office to speed up its work. It authorized the government to contribute up to $119.5 million, and even more if Parliament votes to do that with an Appropriation Act. The office was established in July 2009 to create a single pan-Canadian securities regulator in Toronto. Broadly speaking, securities are financial assets like stocks, bonds, and other options. In Quebec, it's supervised by the AMF, the Autorité des Marchés Financiers. After several setbacks before the Supreme Court, which held that securities did not come under federal jurisdiction, Ottawa finally got the green light in 2018 to interfere in the field, as long as it did not act unilaterally and agreed to cooperate with the provinces. Theoretically, of course, but we all know that in the long run, this will centralize everything and strip Quebec of its financial position. Once again, Ottawa knows best, is flouting the province's jurisdiction, and wants to centralize everything. Ottawa knows best doesn't want a federation anymore. It wants to be everything. Everything must go through Ottawa, Urbi and Orbi, Alpha and Omega. And too bad for Quebec, its nation, and the rights of the provinces. This is a harmful plan. The federal government's plan to establish a pan-Canadian securities regulator in Toronto would inevitably result in a shift of regulatory activity outside Quebec. This is a bad idea, and it must not be allowed to happen. This is not just a jurisdictional dispute or a federal-provincial squabble. This is a fight between Bay Street and Quebec. Without a complete financial ecosystem, we can forget about keeping our headquarters in Quebec, and economic nationalism then becomes an empty slogan. That's why everybody in Quebec is against it. All the political parties, the business sector, the financial sector, and Labour-sponsored funds. For example, the National Assembly has adopted 4 unanimous resolutions, 4, condemning this plan. Also, rarely has the Quebec business community mobilized with one voice to oppose a government initiative. In addition to the Quebec government and the National Assembly, with its 4 unanimous resolutions, the business community is fiercely opposed. The Quebec Federation of Chambers of Commerce, the Board of Trade of Metropolitan Montreal, Finance Montreal, the International Financial Centre Corporation, the Desjardins Movement, the Solidarity Fund QFL, and most Quebec companies like Air Transat, Transcontinental, Can-Am, Quebecor, Metro, La Capitale, Cogeco, Molson's, and so on. A strong Quebec Financial Markets Authority is a pool of expertise in the legal oversight of financial services, an essential condition for the development of the sector. When the Toronto Stock Exchange bought the Montreal Stock Exchange, Mr. Speaker, it was the Commission des Valeurs Mobilières, the forerunner of the AMF, that demanded, before authorizing the sale, that Montreal keep a stock exchange specialized in derivatives markets, including the carbon exchange. Mr. Speaker, the financial sector represents 150,000 jobs in Quebec, contributes $20 billion to the GDP, 6.3%. This is an attack. It's very dangerous. Montreal's financial center is the 13th largest in the world. That's according to ranking by Global Financial Centers Index, with almost 100,000 jobs. This is an attack on keeping our head offices and our companies here. The Working Group on Protecting Quebec Businesses estimates that 578 head offices in Quebec represent 50,000 jobs at twice the average salary in Quebec, in addition to 20,000 other jobs with specialized service providers. We can think about accounting, legal, financial, and computer services. In addition, Quebec companies tend to favor Quebec suppliers, while foreign companies in Quebec rely more on globalized supply chains, with the obvious impact, as you can imagine, on our network of small and medium-sized businesses, particularly in the regions. This is important. We must vote against this amendment. As we have seen with the pandemic, globalized supply chains are fragile and make us entirely dependent on foreign countries. This amendment ultimately attacks the whole of the Quebec economy. Finally, companies tend to concentrate their strategic activities, in particular their research and development activities, where the head office is located. Therefore, an economy of subsidiaries is a less innovative economy. We cannot lose this innovative economy. A strong financial sector is essential to the operation of our head offices and to keeping our companies alive. Keeping the regulation of the sector in Quebec ensures that decision makers are close to the companies that have access to the capital markets, which is essential to support investment and the growth of companies throughout Quebec. This is what we're talking about with this government amendment. This harmful bill will not help interprovincial trade, unlike what the government is saying. We're talking here about the passport system, the fight against money laundering and fraud, the cooperation among regulators all of that is working very well. Centralization would not improve any of that. The arguments the government is making are bogus. The committee chose to nip this plan in the bud by removing a clause from Bill C-30, effectively, in fact, putting a stop to centralizing this financial sector in Toronto. I invite all my colleagues in this House to show their support for the committee's decision. I invite all my colleagues to vote in favor of the Quebec economy, to vote against this gift to Bay Street, and to reject this amendment, as we did in committee. This is the end of my speech. I anticipate now and wait questions. Thank you. The honourable member for Joliette will have questions and comments of 5 minutes when the House resumes debate on this motion. I want to thank the honourable member for Joliette for his kind words.
Statements by members. The honourable member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to thank my constituency team in my riding of Vaudreuil-Soulanges. Throughout the past year, as seniors, parents, workers, business owners, and students have been affected by the COVID-19 pandemic, my team has mobilized. They worked so hard for months. They took weekend shifts. One of them even came out of retirement to help out. They've done all this to ensure the members of our community stay informed about federal support programs and the progress being made to acquire and administer vaccines.
To come out of this pandemic, I am grateful to have the chance to record their names into Hansard. Jennifer Freza, Rami Coriardi, Sarah Lesme, Tamara Salambier, Emily Crispus, Veronica Brand, Patricia Dota, Malia Chanary, Michael Rashidi, and Nicholas Guilbeault. Merci. Thank you. I could not ask for a better team to provide the level of support and service that all citizens of Vaudreuil-Soulanges depend on and deserve.
The honourable member for Foothills.
He's a wrangler, a rancher, a businessman, but most importantly, John Scott is a proud Albertan. Longview's John Scott will be the first Canadian ever to be awarded by the National Cowboy and Western Heritage Museum's Chester A. Reynolds Award. This award recognizes individuals who demonstrate unwavering commitment to Western values and ideals. During a 45-year career, John has dedicated himself to preserving our Western heritage and helping building Alberta's proud and thriving television and film industry. No matter where he is filming in the world, his passion is always showcasing the landscape and the talent of Southern Alberta. That talent includes silversmith Scott Hardy and saddlemaker Chuck Stromes, members of the Traditional Cowboy Arts Association. These renowned artists, whose work is coveted around the world, are dedicated to preserving traditional crafts of the cowboy culture. This association will also be honored in Oklahoma City. Thank you to the National Cowboy and Western Heritage Museum for celebrating Canadian culture. And to your newest inductees, congratulations. Southern Alberta is extremely proud.
The honourable member for Ottawa West Nepean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize an exceptional constituent of mine, Michel Gravel.
Michel Gravel has honored our soldiers and our country through his historical work. He's ensured that our soldiers are remembered for their efforts in France during the First World War.
I first met Michel Gravel several years ago when he passionately told me about his project to get a commemorative plaque for General Arthur Currie in France.
Among his many accomplishments, he renamed the Arras-Cambrai Highway in France to the Voie Sacrée du Canada, or Canada's Sacred Path, in order to make people aware of the more than 7,000 Canadians who died and who are buried along that highway.
Michel is the author of 5 books on Canada's war effort, one of which inspired a new Canadian World War I museum in France. We thank him for his contributions in ensuring our brave soldiers and their accomplishments are remembered. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday I put forward a unanimous consent motion recognizing what happened in residential schools as an act of genocide. Certain parliamentarians chose to deny consent for this truth. Today is the day we recognize the 2008 National Residential School Apology, which acknowledged the sexual, spiritual, cultural, emotional, physical, and psychological abuses that children had to endure in residential schools, sometimes resulting in death. This was meaningful for many Indigenous people. However, if we are going to reconcile in this country, the truth must be told. What happened in residential schools was an act of genocide according to Article 2 of the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide. So today I am asking parliamentarians in the House to have the courage, once again, to speak truth so that the experience of survivors is no longer up to debate. Survivors, impacted families, and communities deserve that justice.
The honourable member for Sackville, Preston, Chesapeake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As an Acadian and a former educator in a minority language setting, I'm so proud of our government's work in the area of official languages to advance linguistic duality. Since 2015, we have reinstated the Court Challenges program, re-established the Translation Bureau as a center of excellence, signed the first ever strategic agreement in education, revised the regulations for the provision of federal bilingual services, and since then, more than 600 new offices have been designated bilingual. And we've added questions to the 2021 census to capture all categories of eligible persons. Last winter, our government unveiled its plan to modernize the Official Languages Act. This includes supporting the vitality of our institutions in immigration and education, ensuring the appointment of bilingual Supreme Court judges, promoting French in Quebec and across Canada, establishing a central agency, and strengthening the powers of the Commissioner. We are working hard to deliver a bill that will reflect the identities of all Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Mission, Matsqui, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Speaker, last week I had several opportunities to meet with my Indigenous constituents directly impacted by Kamloops Residential School and St. Mary's Residential School. During a march on Saturday, I walked alongside dozens of survivors and their families of the residential school system. Shared with me were stories of horror, loss of language, and a pain that still exists today. For some, it was too much to even talk about. As the Member of Parliament for a riding with a large Indigenous population, I acknowledge that I have a lot to learn and a lot to do. Some of the immediate actions my constituents are calling for include funding the investigation of all former residential schools where unmarked graves may exist, ensuring that proper resources are allocated for communities to re-enter, commemorate, and honor any individuals discovered through the investigation, and develop a detailed and thorough set of resources to better educate Canadians on this tragedy. And finally, Mr. Speaker, I'll be tabling a petition to that effect very shortly in the House today. Thank you.
The honourable member for Milton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The horrific act of domestic terrorism on Sunday, June 6th, was another tragic reminder of the evil and hateful prejudice and racism that continues to exist in our country. It was an attack on an innocent family, our religious community, and our ideals as Canadians. On Wednesday night, I attended a vigil in Oakville, and I saw the coming together of a Muslim community that was shaken but not broken. I spoke with my neighbor Mohammed at the vigil. He lives in Milton, his family with the victims from London. He urged me to press for investments in education, for mental health supports, and for resources and services for those who are struggling. It is our responsibility as leaders and as citizens to stand up and speak out against hatred in all of its forms. Prejudice, bigotry, and Islamophobia have no place in our country, and all of us must be consistent in condemning hateful rhetoric in the strongest terms. And to my Muslim friends and neighbors here in Milton, know that we love you, we support you, and that you're an integral part of our community that helps make our town so great. And I hope to see you out on an evening walk sometime really soon.
La députée de Longueuil.
The honourable member for Longueuil-Chalamouane. Mr. Speaker, yesterday I was deeply shocked and saddened to learn of the tragic death of Lisette Corbeil, the Director of Strategic Projects at the South Shore Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Just a month ago, Ms. Corbeil was working with my team to organize a special activity for the Chamber. She was competent, warm, and extremely kind. Last Wednesday, Ms. Corbeil was found lifeless in her home in Contrecoeur. According to authorities, she had been killed by her ex-husband. Mr. Speaker, this is the 12th femicide to occur in Quebec since the beginning of the year. This is a tragic and distressing situation. We must all call out acts of violence like this one and find solutions to make sure this never happens again. I offer my deepest condolences to Ms. Calbe's family, to her loved ones, and to her colleagues at the Chamber of Commerce. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Calgary Confederation.
Mr. Speaker, children's shoes and toys were placed in front of the former Kamloops Indian Residential School in British Columbia this past week. The memorial to 215 Indigenous children that died in just one residential school. It has shocked our nation. These children were taken from their families and never came home. Each one is a tragic story, and together they are a horrifying reminder of what our nation did to those poor kids, their families, and their culture. Sadly, the more we learn, the more we weep. Just when you think you've heard the worst, another chapter in this shameful history of Canada is unearthed. We all have a duty to learn more about this tragedy and this devastating part of Canada's history, so that as a nation we can heal and grow together. We can't undo the past, but we can learn from it and commit to doing our part to support the healing and reconciliation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
La députée d'Orléans.
General Member for Orleans.
On June 4th, I had the pleasure of attending the virtual AGM of the Miracle League of Ottawa. Their leadership brought to Orleans a fully accessible baseball field and playground that gives those with special needs the opportunity to play in a safe and enjoyable environment. I'm so proud to have this organization in our community, and I want to acknowledge the engagement of the volunteers and members of the board. At every opportunity I had to attend a game, the joy and the smiles that I could see all around were just so fulfilling. I have the privilege to count among my friends a very special family. To Rolly, Michelle, and their son Bryce DeRoche, thank you for your passion. And to Bryce, who had a dream of one day being able to play baseball in his wheelchair, I say thank you for turning that dream into a reality.
Honourable Member for Langley Aldergrove.
Mr. Speaker, a couple of weeks ago I had the honour of visiting some schools in my riding of Langley Aldergrove, all via video conference, of course, including Brookswood Secondary School. There I met with Ms. Glover and her grade 11 and 12 political studies students who challenged me with very thoughtful questions. Notable was the question from a young man who wanted to know what he can do to bring attention to shocking reports about sexual assault in the Canadian Armed Forces. This young man has had the advantage of strong female role models in his life who've encouraged him not to remain silent. I assured him that he was doing the right thing by bringing this to the attention of his Member of Parliament, and that I would be proud to stand with him and his classmates to bring their concerns to Canada's Parliament. So a big thank you to Ms. Glover for a job well done, to all her grade 11 and 12 political studies students, but a special shout out to a remarkable and courageous young man, River Peatman, who has the courage to stand up and not be silent.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Member for Saskatoon Grasswood.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This week, the Liberals, with the help of the Bloc, pushed through their gag order to shut down debate on Bill C-10 at the Heritage Committee. Several academic and legal experts have been clear. Bill C-10 leaves the door open to a massive abuse of power and the regulation of what Canadians can or cannot post online. Freedom of expression is a fundamental right in any democratic society, and it is shameful that the Liberals refuse to make the necessary amendments to protect it. Conservatives cannot and will not vote for a bill that threatens the rights of all Canadians. Canada's Conservatives will always stand up for the free expression of Canadians, even if the NDP and Bloc will not.
The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, if you're looking for a gift idea for a 2021 grad in your life, consider buying them shades, because there's no question that Canada's future is very bright with the class of 21 stepping up. Have they let the pandemic step in their way? No way. Now we need to do our part. Make post-secondary education free in Canada, like it is in over 25 countries around the world, and we need to make it easier for them to repay student loans. They know we have an NDP leader fighting for good jobs for them with meaningful climate climate change plans, and a concrete action plan to address systemic racism. They also know they didn't get here alone, with support from family, from friends, and from wonderful educators. But they also know it's now up to them to make their mark, whether in post-secondary institutions, in the labor market, or in their communities. And like the class of 2020 before them, they are clearly #ready for anything. Class of 21, love and courage to each and every one of you. Go for it.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Maskinongé. Mr. Speaker, the federal government's handling of the temporary foreign worker file is a failure, and it's even worse with the pandemic. After completely shifting the responsibility of quarantining their workforce to farmers, the government finally offered $1,500 in compensation. But as of June 16th, next Wednesday, this amount will be cut in half. So our farmers, who are still taking in workers, will only be receiving half of the assistance they need. And workers are arriving late because of the federal government, and they're having to stay in quarantine longer because of the government's incompetence. Now, the minister promised that this program would be available as long as quarantining is in force. Well, Mr. Speaker, the minister gave her word. Farmers never asked to take responsibility for running quarantines, so the federal government should do the work until the pandemic is over.
Member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Speaker, today marks the 13th anniversary of then Prime Minister Stephen Harper's historic apology for Canada's role in the residential school system. The legacy of residential schools is a national shame that has had a profoundly lasting and destructive impact on Indigenous peoples, their culture, heritage, and language. With the tragic discovery of 215 children in an unmarked grave at the site of the former Kamloops residential school, we are reminded of our indolence. All of us, on all sides of the House, must accept our role in that apathy. More work needs to be done to address the devastating and harmful effects of residential schools and that they still have on the many survivors and their families today. The government must stop offloading its commitment to reconcile with Indigenous peoples. Rather, the government must renew that commitment without delay with concrete plans on how calls to action 71 through 76 will be implemented. Thank you, Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Thunder Bay, Rainy River.
Mr. Speaker, this will be a great weekend for many of us in Ontario because for the first time in many months, we'll be able to get together with up to 10 other people outside. But this is going to be a really, really great weekend for members of the Filipino-Canadian population because tomorrow is Filipino Independence Day. Now, for the Filipino-Canadian community, this has been a particularly hard last year because many people from that community work in either chronic care homes or meatpacking plants, both of which were hit hard by COVID. But this weekend, Mr. Speaker, I, like Filipino Canadians and Filipinos around the world, will be partying. And you know what, Mr. Speaker? No one parties better than the Filipinos. I, like many Filipinos, will spend the weekend eating pancit, lechon, Bicol Express, and drinking, of course, Tanduay and San Miguel. Maligayang Araw ng Kalayaan. Salamat po, Mr. Speaker.
Oral questions. Questions orales. L'honorable député de Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord.
The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Mr. Speaker, the Liberal government says it uses diversity as the basis for its judicial selection process. Yesterday, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice gave statistics to prove how diverse the appointments were. Diversity is very important, but the Liberalist system does nothing for political diversity. Why are the Liberals using diversity to hide their lies?
Yes.
The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for his question, but the basic premise is completely false. When we were first elected in 2015, we put in place a more rigorous, transparent, and responsible system that reflects the diversity of Canada and allows for the appointment of high-caliber judges to the bench. The appointments are based on merit and on the expertise of the various candidates and recommendations of the independent recommending bodies. We're proud of the appointments we've made, and the candidates come from the Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Mr. Speaker, the government repeatedly uses words like inclusive and transparent to describe its judicial selection process. While these words sound nice, there's no basis for them in this government. Judges are appointed simply because they support the Liberal Party. And it's not transparent to make changes to the process only after these flaws have been exposed. When will this government start living up to the words it uses to describe itself? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, the basic assumptions of the Honourable Member's question are false. Since 2015, we've implemented a system based on merit, which is independent. The advisory committees work in a neutral fashion. They're nonpartisan, and they do a good job in choosing candidates who will move forward in the appointment process. They're based on merit, and Mr. Speaker, we will not be lectured by the Conservative Party. They're the ones who actually are the reason for the changes we made in 2015. The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Justice and the Prime Minister have been defending their appointment process for quite some time now. But the Minister of Justice himself said that the process takes no partisan considerations into account. Well, we know today that that's completely false. The Liberalist system has added a filter to this process that makes the whole thing biased and partisan. How are Canadians supposed to trust a Minister of Justice who himself doesn't play by the rules? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, as I just described, and we've done this many times, the advisory committees work independently at arm's length. They base their decisions on merit. We look at the merit and diversity. Those are our two criteria in choosing judges of high caliber all across Canada. Since 2015, we've appointed almost 450 people to the bench, Mr. Speaker. They're exceptional, outstanding lawyers from all backgrounds and all political affiliations, and will continue to do so.
The opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, last fall, the Justice Minister told the House there's no partisanship in my decision-making process. But this week, senior government sources admitted that judicial appointments were checked against the Liberal supporter database Liberal List. Canadians expect judges that are appointed on merit, and those merits should not include how much money they donated to the Liberals or whether or not they took a lawn sign in the last election. Was the minister trying to mislead the House, or did he just forget the Liberal List has a veto on his appointments?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, again, the assumptions made by the honourable member are completely false, and I stand by what I said in previous responses. Mr. Speaker, we've put into place a process that is independent, it's clear, it's transparent. The judicial appointment committees work in a way, Mr. Speaker, that is completely nonpartisan, and I make my appointments, Mr. Speaker, based only on merit and diversity and not in a partisan fashion. And Mr. Speaker, we'll continue with the high quality appointments that we have made. We certainly will not take lessons from the Conservative Party. They're the reason why we put this system into place. The
Honourable Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Well, the minister should be hanging his head in shame and taking some lessons on how to make appointments that are not partisan. The minister posted a tweet congratulating one of his buddies, one of his donors, on the recent appointment, and then he had to take down the tweet because it turned out the approval wasn't official yet. Well, that's how Ottawa is run under these Liberals. If you donate enough to the Justice Minister or fly the Prime Minister's family around the world, you get concierge service from this government. Just how long have the Liberals been using their partisan supporter database to approve judges' appointments?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, again, the presumptions made by the honourable member are completely false, and I disagree with them. There was a mistake made in a tweet that was corrected, and by the department, and persons were contacted with respect to the mistake that was made. And again, I apologize for that mistake being made on behalf of the Ministry of Justice. Mr. Speaker, we appoint quality candidates from all political backgrounds, from all backgrounds, diverse backgrounds, Mr. Speaker, through a process that's independent, through a process that focuses on quality, on talent, and on diversity, Mr. Speaker. And
the honourable member for Saint Jean. Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Liberals rejected a block motion condemning the conflation of the horrible attack in London with a Quebec piece of legislation. The member for Mississauga, Erin Mills, justified that rejection by creating a new conflation of her own. She said Canada is a multicultural society where everyone should feel welcome, and legislation like that in Quebec does not contribute to creating such a climate. So clearly for her, there's a connection between the attack in London and Quebec's legislation. Does the government agree with this position, or will they reprimand that member? The Honourable Minister.
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for her question. I apologize for the technical glitch. The Quebecers, Mr. Speaker, are well aware. They're defending their rights through the Constitution, and we're going to continue to follow that process from close. Obviously, I express my condolences to the Muslim community in London and across Canada for this tragic and horrific act, and we will continue to move forward in that direction, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Saint Jean. Mr. Speaker, the motion the Liberals rejected had 3 points. It repeated our sincere condolences to the family and loved ones of the victims, as well as the entire community of London. And that's who we should be still talking about today, not political parties, and even less about Quebec. It repeated that this unspeakable violence and hatred must be condemned. And it repeated that we need to avoid conflating things inappropriately, because this tragedy shouldn't be used for political or ideological purposes. How is it possible that this House cannot agree on that? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I cannot speak for the unanimity of the House. We have said from the outset that we expressed our condolences to the family and the loved ones, and to the community, the Muslim community all across Canada, and especially in London, Ontario. We are currently, Mr. Speaker, working on fighting Islamophobia, and we will continue to do that, Mr. Speaker, because that's what we must do in order to have an inclusive country, and I have to say so, a fair country.
This government's provided $750 billion in liquidity supports for Canada's big banks. It's provided billions to profitable companies who paid out dividends and executive bonuses. And it's refused to put into place a wealth tax or a pandemic's profits tax. For this government, the sky is the limit for the ultra-rich. But with a potential fourth wave coming and families struggling, why is this Liberal government slashing supports that Canadians desperately need to put food on the table? Why are Liberals slashing nearly in half emergency benefits for Canadians at this critical time?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, with great respect for the honourable member, I take with some umbrage with the question he's put. He knows fairly well that during this pandemic, it was our government who was there for people in need. We advanced record supports to help families keep food on the tables and help workers remain on the payroll. Going forward, we have immense benefits that we're rolling out to continue to support people and businesses through this pandemic. And I'll point out, before he continues to ride on his high horse, that when he had the opportunity to vote to cut taxes for the middle class and paying for them by raising them on the 1%, he voted against it. When he had the chance to stop sending childcare checks to millionaires to put more money in the pockets of 9 out of 10 Canadian families, he voted against it too. Families should know.
The honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
Mr. Speaker, let's be real. The Liberals offered $1,000 for CRE the CERB, and it was the NDP that moved them to the 2,000. So I remind the minister of that. In the next 3 weeks, this government is cutting the CRB support to Canadians across the country almost in half. I'm asking the minister how they expect people to buy food, pay their rent, and cover their bills on $1,200. That doesn't pass the test in Canadian cities. This government gives billions of dollars to oil and gas companies. They refuse to tax the ultra-rich, but are fine to nickel and dime everyday people. Instead of working for the ultra-rich and huge corporations, when will this government step up and
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I would urge the NDP to tone down the rhetoric and stop trying to take credit for the measures that our government put in place to help Canadians in their time of need. The very first thing we did when we came to office in 2015 was raise taxes on the wealthiest 1% so we could cut them for the middle class. The NDP voted against it. When we had a chance to stop sending childcare checks to millionaires to put more money in the pockets of 9 out of 10 Canadian families, the NDP voted against it. When we took initial steps to eliminate measures that benefit wealthy executives just in 2019, the NDP voted against it too. Canadians should know from the beginning of this pandemic till its end, we will be there.
The Honourable Member for Carleton.
Not only are millionaire corporate liberals like Mark Carney refusing to source raw materials from the Xinjiang region of China, which powers its production of those materials with slave labor and coal-fired manufacturing. Here in this government, they're refusing to rule out partnering with companies like iFlyTek, which does AI research to help identify the voice of Chinese political dissidents and carry out that very same genocide. Will the government reverse course and stop partnering with technology companies that enable genocide?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, look, we will partner with folks on the international stage, but it is rich for him to suggest that he is somehow more morally astute than the government. Our focus when it comes to the relationship with China is securing the release of the two Michaels, is the well-being of 300,000 Canadians in Hong Kong, is the treatment of the Uyghur population in Xinjiang. Mr. Speaker, we will continue to focus on Canada playing a leadership role on the world stage in defending the interests of Canadians abroad at every opportunity.
Member for Carleton.
He says he's concerned about the Uyghur Muslim minority in China. He refused to condemn the genocide being committed against that very population. And then he wags his fingers at us. Now, the question was very specific. The federal government is funding research at universities that are now partnering with companies like iFlyTek, which is using voice recognition technology that helps the Chinese government intercept the phone calls of the Uyghur population to identify what they're saying and help carry out the genocide. If he's as moral as he claims, why won't he rule out any further of those types of partnerships?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we have been very clear with respect to the treatment of the Uyghurs in China, and we are gravely preoccupied with all of the very credible reports that have come out of China with respect to their treatment. That is why we have been calling for an open, unfettered, impartial investigation of the situation in Xinjiang, and we will continue to press for that with our international partners.
Well, member for Carleton.
Well, speaking of our international partners, the U.S. State Department has blacklisted iFlyTek because of its role in supporting the genocide in Xinjiang region. The Australians have recognized the company likewise, and recently the Alberta government has called for a national policy that bans technological cooperation with companies like this one that aid in the commission of genocide. Will the government announce today no more funding partnerships with technology companies that help commit genocide?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we have been clear in recent months that cooperation with other countries, including China, that may involve a risk with respect to intellectual property are to be taken into consideration when funding partnerships are proposed in our universities and other institutions. That is something that we're very conscious of, and the Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry has spoken about it recently.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, every day for weeks we've been calling on the government to shed light on events at the Winnipeg Laboratory. The government's response has always been the same. They call us racist, and yesterday they called us conspiracy theorists, confirming that insults are still the weapon of the weak. Yesterday, the CBC, yes, the CBC, mentioned national security experts who also want to get to the bottom of this. And they're even talking about espionage. Why is the government refusing to get to the bottom of this? The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I think the Conservative member opposite knows full well by now that we have provided NSI COP fully unredacted documents. This is the appropriate committee, Mr. Speaker, to investigate these documents, and I urge him to stop accusing the government of not being transparent, because in fact, by providing fully unredacted documents, that's exactly what we're being, transparent.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. This is a secret committee we're talking about, and ultimately the Prime Minister has the last word. It's not a parliamentary committee. It's a committee created by the Liberal government, made up of parliamentarians, and we voted against it precisely because there's no transparency. The best way to get to the bottom of things and to meet the concerns of the experts we heard yesterday on CBC is to allow those documents to be tabled here and to be studied by a real parliamentary committee. Why won't the government allow this? The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the opposition party is playing dangerous games with national security. The member knows fully well that, in fact, their party appoints candidates to the NSI COP. The documents are with the committee. They are fully unredacted. I encourage him to stop trying to mislead Canadians and play games with national security.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, what happened in Winnipeg? 2 researchers were escorted out by the RCMP. Security clearance was given to one researcher who was directly connected with the Chinese army. Unexplained, 2 senior directors of the lab departed with no explanation, and 2 viruses were sent from Winnipeg to Wuhan. These are important questions. We want to know why all this happened, and by a parliamentary committee, not by a committee created by the Prime Minister, a real parliamentary committee. Why is the government hiding the truth from Canadians? The Honourable Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, a committee that is comprised of parliamentarians from both houses and across all parties is indeed a parliamentary committee. I would say that, Mr. Speaker, it's important that the member opposite not try to mislead Canadians, not try to play chicken with national security. This is not a game, Mr. Speaker. Those documents have been provided to the committee, fully unredacted, in a place where it is safe to review them.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. I'd like to draw the attention of the business community in Quebec to this. Bill C-30, with this bill, the Bloc cut funding to the office responsible for setting up a Canada-wide securities regulator. And this was a small victory, but a great relief for our economy. We've been fighting for 40 years to prevent the federal government from destroying Montreal's financial sector in favor of Toronto. But the battle's not won. The Liberals are trying to bring back the funding. Will they withdraw their amendment, or do they want to pick another fight with Quebec over securities? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, the transition office in question will support efforts to establish financial markets securities regulator. We want to provide funding to that office to continue federal efforts to establish a cooperative regulatory regime for financial markets, and that's a good thing for everyone. The Honourable Member for Joliette. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to congratulate the Parliamentary Secretary on his French. Congratulations, but not for what he said, because that's bad news for Quebec's economy. Everyone knows that the Liberals look at the election calendar like a child looks at a cookie jar. So I don't understand why they're reigniting the battle over securities with C-30. I don't understand why they want to go to war with Quebec's business community at a time when our businesses want to focus on recovery. I don't understand why they're willing to fight for funding for an office that serves no purpose if the Liberals respect Quebec jurisdiction? Are the Liberals so intent on destroying Montreal's financial centre? The Honourable Minister. We fully understand Quebec's position and Quebec's jurisdiction. There have been constructive discussions between the minister and his Quebec counterpart. I think it's good to do things that help us have a joint economy. For example, when it comes to interprovincial trade, there's an opportunity to fight against money laundering as well. This is a good idea for the whole country, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Thornhill.
Religious, ethnic, and cultural communities are hurting. In recent weeks, we've seen toxic hate on social media and in our streets. We've seen hate-driven vandalism, violence, and murder. Mr. Speaker, Canadians expect members of this House and the parties they represent to calm, not inflame intercommunal discord and discrimination. Why then have the Liberals welcomed a floor-crossing MP disciplined by her former party for inflammatory, misguided, and intemperate remarks against Israel?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, our government will always work to ensure that we work with all Canadians. And the member recognizes that Canadians are hurting right now. It's been a very challenging couple of weeks and actually months and years. We know that there is quite the racist history within Canada, and right now is the time for us to work together. And that's why we have Canada's anti-racism strategy. That's why we are having conversations with all groups, because it will take every single Canadian from coast to coast to coast to counter hate, because hate does not belong in Canada. And I hope the member will join us in this much needed battle. Thank you, Mr.
Go back to the Honourable Member for Thornhill, but just ask that he might raise the boom on his headset just slightly, just to improve the sound. The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to that non-answer, let me offer the reaction of an honourable former colleague of this House, Michael Levitt, now CEO of the Friends of Simon Wiesenthal Centre for Holocaust Studies. As a former Liberal MP, he writes, "I'm disappointed and concerned by the news that the MP for Fredericton has crossed the floor to join the Liberal caucus, given her inflammatory, one-sided and divisive rhetoric during the recent conflict between Israel and the terror group Hamas." Mr. Speaker, is this Liberal government really so desperate in its rush to attempt re-election?
I'm not so sure that the question is actually a matter for the operational elements of the government. I do see that the minister is rising to response. We'll go to him. The Honourable Minister, if he wishes to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will simply say that the position of the Liberal government is extremely clear on the question of the apartheid label. We reject it categorically. It is not part of our approach with respect to the Israel or the Jewish community. And we, of course, are completely against any anti-Semitism that would be displayed by any Canadian citizen.
Honourable Member for Aurora Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Mr. Speaker, Canada has a national housing crisis, and it's getting worse. With the lowest per capita housing supply in the G7, Canada simply does not have enough houses. In my GTA riding, housing prices have skyrocketed by over 25% in the last year, with the average price now over $1 million. Canadians can't find places to live, and they are losing hope that they will ever own a home. When will the government take real action to help Canadians achieve a more secure housing future?
Honourable Minister.
Well, thank you very much for that question. I will note that the Conservative member who asked it has proposed taxing your primary residence and changing the capital gains tax. That was alerted to the House in debate earlier this week, which is an astonishing reversal of position for the Conservatives. But we also have done a number of different things. For example, the tax on vacant homes and offshore ownership, in terms of beneficial ownership and new rules around the disclosure to help fight money laundering, as well as our $72 billion national housing strategy. And to put this in perspective, perspective, in the last 6 months through the Rapid Housing Initiative, we have secured and built more homes in 6 months than the previous Conservative government did in their last 2 years. And with
the honourable member for Aurora Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Well, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to the national housing crisis, it's about the facts. Monthly mortgage prices have increased by an average of $330 to $2,500. For many in the GTA, the cost of housing exceeds 75% of their income, and owning a home is out of reach as it takes over 277 months to save for a down payment. The Royal Bank says calls for forceful action to cool the frenzied real estate market have been mostly ignored. When will the government act to make housing?
The Honourable Minister.
This government has been acting since the day we took office in 2015. A $72 billion investment into the housing sector delivers market rental solutions to families so they can rent cheaper and therefore save to get into the housing market. Our first-time home buyers program has helped more than 10,000 Canadians acquire their first property. Our move to end chronic homelessness, as I said, has delivered 4,770 units of housing in the last 6 months, which is almost exactly what the Conservatives did over the last 2 years in office. But we did it while also maintaining subsidies for co-ops, also building new housing, also repairing housing, and also making sure that the Reaching Home dollars got more than doubled. In fact, are now at $500 million a year for the next 3 years. Our government's record in housing is clear. The Conservatives' lack of leadership
the honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Last month, Edmontonians grieved the deaths of 3 men who died in a downtown park in broad daylight after suspected overdose. In 2020, Alberta had record numbers of drug-related deaths. In 2021, this horrifying trend continues. EMS responded to 55 overdose calls in just 48 hours last week. The UCP have cut safe injection sites and funding, and this week they announced a nasal naloxone pilot, a move experts say is a redundant distraction and not enough to respond to the crisis. The federal government is piloting SUAP safe supply pilots in other provinces. Why not in Alberta?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, first of all, let me just say that I share the member opposite's dismay at attacks on treating substance use as a health condition and not one of criminality. And that's in fact what our government has done since we were elected in 2015. We have restored harm reduction to the Canada Drug Strategy. We have ensured that communities across the country from coast to coast have access to funding for harm reduction and other treatment options. We'll continue to provide funding, including through the money in Budget 2021, to community-based programs that treat substance users with dignity and with hope. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Mr. Speaker, Canada is the only country in the G7 without a restart plan for international travel. For some small tourism operators in Northwest BC, more than 90% of their clients come from the U.S. They've already lost one tourism season, and many have had to use their savings to keep their staff on. If there's a chance they can salvage part of the coming tourism season, they need time to prepare. The government needs to explain its plan to begin lifting travel restrictions safely. Can the minister tell Canadians what restrictions will apply to fully vaccinated travelers?
The Honourable Minister.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for that question. As he knows, protecting health and safety of Canadians will always be the top priority. During the pandemic, we have taken measures for travelers, including tests prior to and after arrival, and we have taken a progressive or gradual approach to adjust measures as we have science-based information. We are working in close collaboration with international partners in order to talk about a coordinated approach for an eventual resumption of travel in all security.
Scarborough Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, last Sunday, the community of London, Ontario, was the site of an atrocious act of terrorism. 4 lives were lost, taken, and a child was left in the hospital. All this loss because a visible Muslim family went for a walk and someone filled with hate killed them. Many Canadian Muslims are once again living with fear that they too could be targeted simply for being a Muslim. This is unacceptable. Mr. Speaker, can the Minister of Diversity and Inclusion and Youth please tell this House how our government is tackling Islamophobia to create a safer and more inclusive...
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, our hearts go out to the loved ones of the Afzal family and to Fayaz, who remains in hospital. Our government knows we need to act against Islamophobia. We are doing this through Canada's anti-racism strategy, adding white supremacist groups to Canada's terror listing, increased funding to protect places of worship and community spaces. But more is needed, which is why we will lead national summits on combating all forms of hate, including a national summit on combating Islamophobia, also advocated for by the hardworking member for Scarborough Centre. We will continue to work with partners to tackle all forms of hate in Canada and to create a safer and more inclusive Canada for all. Thank you, Mr.
Honourable Member for Calgary Midnapore.
Mr. Speaker, NAV Canada handed out $7 million in bonuses. This is after laying off 700 workers and increasing airline fees by 30%. These emergency funds were meant to keep workers employed, not to hand out to executives. Will the minister start standing up for Canada's aviation workers and demand that these bonuses are paid back?
Honourable Minister. The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it is completely unacceptable for companies to be extending bonuses to wealthy executives when they are in receipt of public money designed for workers. I'm pleased to share with the honourable member that we have designed the program in a way that's going to help combat this particular trend. In particular, I would point out that companies need to prove with the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy that every penny they claim is actually going to its workers. In addition, we've adopted a new rule with respect to Budget 2021 that will see any company that increases its executive compensation going forward beyond pre-pandemic levels, they will be required to pay monies back received through the wage subsidy. These benefits are for workers, and that's where they should go.
The Honourable Member for Montmagny, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Regional airlines have been hard hit by the COVID-19 pandemic, and if things weren't bad enough, Transport Canada has added insult to injury by asking MH Aviation in my riding to pay $544 for a simple address change. $544. Does the Minister of Transport feel it's acceptable for his department to behave like Scrooge McDuck with a company that's already on its knees to reprint a certificate that costs almost nothing to produce? The Honourable Minister.
Oui, merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for that question. I want to reassure him that our government is dedicated to ensuring that all the regions have sustainable, effective, affordable services. We want to ensure that all individuals in all the regions will be well served, and I would be pleased to work with my colleague on this specific issue that he is talking about today.
The Honourable Member for Kenora.
Mr. Speaker, now that provinces are reopening, our top priority must be on an economic recovery in all sectors and all regions of the country. But this government has done nothing to help small businesses and tourist outfitters in northwestern Ontario who are struggling to maintain operations and have now lost the better part of 2 summers. They need hope that they will open to a thriving economy. So, Mr. Speaker, when will this government give them that hope and present a real plan for an economic recovery?
Honourable Minister.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Obviously, I don't agree with my colleague because we've been there since the beginning of the pandemic to help our different regions, and in particular Northern Ontario, to make sure that businesses have access to different measures to survive the pandemic, particularly our tourism operators. They've had access to the wage subsidy, to the CEBA accounts, to the support through FedNor. And we've been there to make sure that they can continue to operate in these very difficult times, and we'll continue to support them in the future as we will be investing more than $1 billion to support them in the coming months.
Well, Member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Mr. Speaker, as life returns to normal in countries such as the US and the UK, here in Canada, this government has offered no plan to reopen the economy, no plan to end the disastrous hotel quarantines, and no plan to see a return to normalcy. Enough is enough. After 15 months of failed COVID policy after failed COVID policy, why is it that this government's only plan is to keep Canadians locked down forever?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I find it rich every time the Conservatives put on record their opposition to sensible public health measures that are not only designed to keep Canadians safe, but to protect the long-term interest of our economy as well. Our plan from the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic was to do everything we can to protect Canadians from the public health emergency. I'd point the honourable member to the fact that Canada is now #1 in the OECD of any country in terms of the number of citizens who've received their first dose. We're going to continue to support businesses so they can punch out of this pandemic recession by extending the emergency benefits, by putting in place new measures to encourage businesses to hire more Canadians, and to make sure that all Canadians from different walks of life get to benefit from the profound economic growth that private sector economists are projecting for Canada this year. A year from now, his comments on the record today will look similar.
The honourable member for Manicouagan, Mr. Speaker. The federal government is abandoning fisheries facilities in Grand Riviere and Gaspé. The government of Quebec is asking Ottawa to fund the winter boat storage for fishing vessels, but Ottawa is refusing to expand the fisheries fund, despite that fact that only $5 of $42 million in the fund have been spent over the past 2 years. Mr. Speaker, Grand Riviere and the MRC are mobilizing for the fishermen. The government of Quebec is doing the same. 50% of the landings are in the Gaspé. Economic development in the region is in danger. Where is the member and the minister for Gaspé, the islands? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, if we want to talk about leadership, I have no lessons to take from the Bloc Québécois, which completely devitalized the Gaspé for 15 long years. The Bloc is not able to do anything in the regions except complain. In the Gaspé, we need people who do things, not complain. Mr. Speaker, the honourable member for Manicouagan. Mr. Speaker, I hope that the people in Gaspé, the islands, will hear what the minister is saying today. It's in Grand River, Gaspé, that the federal government is failing both the fishermen and undermining the economy. This spring, it was Cap aux Îles in the Magdalen Islands with its abandoning of the fisheries facilities in the middle of the fishing season. Throughout the region, the federal government is abdicating its responsibilities. It makes no sense. If the federal government isn't there to support the fishery in eastern Quebec, where is it? Can the member for Gaspé, the islands, do anything? How is it possible that she cannot make her minister colleagues understand that? The honourable minister. Mr. Speaker, while the Bloc is playing to the gallery, we on this side of the House, we are delivering concrete results for Quebecers. The Bloc says they're speaking on behalf of the Gaspé Peninsula. Where's the Bloc's record? How many jobs did they create in the Gaspé? Mr. Speaker, I can tell you that in the Gaspé, with those kinds of opinions, we don't need any enemies.
Brandon Souris. Mr. Speaker, last week, a family from Virden, Manitoba took their son to an eye specialist in North Dakota due to his condition. Their son had a referral from a doctor in Canada, but when they returned across the border into Canada, they were slapped with a fine of $10,000. Mr. Speaker, this is absurd, given the Prime Minister has just exempted NHL players, but thinks it's, he's willing to fine a mom and a dad $10,000 to take their son to a medical appointment. So I'm asking the Minister of Finance, or the Minister of Health, or the Minister of Public Safety to intervene and fix this injustice.
Fix it.
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I encourage a member opposite to contact my office with the specifics of this particular case, and I'd be happy to look into it for him. In general, though, I will say that the measures at the border are there to protect Canadians from the importation of the virus, and we encourage all Canadians to follow the rules. But I will look into this particular case for the member.
Honourable member for Langley, Aldergrove.
Mr. Speaker, I've heard from so many constituents who tell me that the mandatory hotel quarantine program of this government makes no sense. It's expensive, and given the lack of supporting data, people are not convinced that it is better than a stay-at-home order. I've recently heard from a constituent who's doing humanitarian work overseas as a volunteer, who's not been able to be fully vaccinated, and who cannot afford this government's inflated prices for a hotel room on her return. When will this government scrap this botched program?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, our measures of protection of the border have been guided through science and evidence to ensure that we protect Canadians from the importation of the virus. We'll continue to adjust border measures as the science and evidence and advisors recommend to do so. Listen, Mr. Speaker, over the last year and a half, Canadians have made tremendous sacrifice in their lives. Small businesses have struggled. Individual families have sacrificed. We can see the finish line, Mr. Speaker. It's important that we are careful and cautious on our next steps.
Well, member for Bow River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The COVID-19 Testing and Screening Expert Advisory Panel has officially recommended doing away with the failure of the Liberal hotel quarantine policy. Instead, the Liberals increased fines for non-compliance, and only the day before the Prime Minister left for the UK was it modified. When will this government immediately end, not simply modify, when this non-science-based program, when will it be gone?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, before I answer that question, let me just say that any kind of allegation that the Prime Minister is not complying with the measures that are in place for all Canadians is untrue. And in terms of the progress on alleviation of border measures, we'll be guided by science and evidence on this side of the House, Mr. Speaker. As I've said, Canadians have made extraordinary sacrifices to fight this virus. We see the finish line. Canadians are stepping up to get vaccinated. By the way, Mr. Speaker, first in the G7, the G20, and the OECD for first shots. We're on our way, Mr. Speaker. It's important that we protect our progress.
The
Honourable Member for Saint-Laurent. Mr. Speaker, we said it a number of months ago, and we have repeated it many times. There is a vaccination plan, and the plan is working. We told Canadians that we would be there for them and that we would face the pandemic together, and that is what we have done. Despite those who have chosen to sow fear and uncertainty, there is no doubt, Mr. Speaker, Quebecers are already making their appointments for a second dose. Can the minister give more information about the vaccine supply and the future of vaccine supply? The Honourable Minister. I thank the member for Saint-Laurent, who is right to say that the results speak for themselves.
Canadians are rolling up their sleeves. Today, over 72% of eligible Canadians have received at least one dose, putting Canada first in the G7, the G20, and the OECD. Our announcement of over 7 million Moderna doses next week brings next week's deliveries to a total of 9.5 million doses, Mr. Speaker. C'est ce que nous rejetons depuis le début.
We have a plan that is working, and that's what we've been saying since the beginning.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I've been contacted by numerous municipalities in my riding regarding their applications to the Investing in Canada Infrastructure Program. Unfortunately, many of them have been receiving the cold shoulder from the federal government and have not heard back on the status of their applications as they watch other projects across this country being announced. As the minister knows, time is running out for the municipalities to start construction. When will the municipalities in my riding of Elgin, Middlesex, London be able to announce and begin construction on these projects?
Honourable Minister.
I'd like to thank the member opposite for her question. She can rest assured that we have been approving thousands of projects across the country. Since the pandemic, we every day are moving forward on projects. Projects have been delayed because we haven't received them from the province, but we are turning them around as quickly as possible. I'm certainly happy to follow up with the member and also remind her of all the investments that we have made in her community. It is critically important that shovels are in the ground. We also need to be creating jobs, tackling climate change, and building more inclusive communities.
Honourable Member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, media reports say soldiers who raised concerns during Op Impact have been interviewed by the military police. The Defence Minister and Parliamentary Secretary say the allegations into Iraqi war crimes are troubling and an investigation must occur. Now, we know this minister is allergic to conducting investigations. He even pushed back from the table to avoid seeing evidence. Will this minister confirm that an investigation is underway into the motive behind the cover-up of the allegations of war crimes that occurred during this Prime Minister's watch?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Our government is committed to respecting and upholding human rights, international and domestic law, and the dignity of all persons. These disturbing allegations, I can confirm, are under investigation by the Canadian Forces National Investigation Service. The Canadian Armed Forces is no longer operating with the elements of the Iraqi security forces involved in these allegations. We are taking this matter very seriously. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for West Nova.
Mr. Speaker, talking about the weather is truly Nova Scotian, and Weather Radar is an important tool for farmers and fishers alike, allowing them to plan and make sure that they and their workers are safe. Currently, a big chunk of southwest Nova Scotia, the most lucrative fishing grounds in Canada, are not covered by Weather Radar. And tomorrow, the existing radar in mainland Nova Scotia will be offline for months, creating more uncertain forecasts. Can the minister commit to not only quick replacement of the Gore facility, but an expansion that will finally cover all Nova Scotians to make sure that our citizens are safe on land and on sea?
The honourable minister.
Mr. Speaker, it is obviously important that fishers in all regions of this country have the tools that they need to not only stay safe, but to protect their livelihoods. And I am more than willing to talk to this particular member immediately after question period about this particular piece of equipment.
The honourable member for St. John, Rothsay.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians with a criminal record face barriers long after serving their sentence. For those just trying to get ahead, it became even more difficult when the Harper Conservative government created more barriers to accessing a pardon, such as by increasing the cost by 1,200%. In 2018, this House agreed to adopt my motion for the Public Safety Committee to study this problem, and the report found that having a pardon increases access to a job, education, stable housing, and makes communities safer by helping to end the cycle of crime. Can the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety please give us an update on how the government is working to make
the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And first, I'd like to thank the member for St. John Rothsay for all he's done over the years in advocating for pardon reform. The presence of a criminal record has led to Indigenous, Black, and other racialized communities being disproportionately represented in our criminal justice system. These records create barriers to accessing a job, housing, and education, which can in turn perpetuate the cycle of crime. Yesterday, we introduced legislation to reduce barriers in accessing a pardon and allow law-abiding citizens to safely reintegrate into their communities. This is a smart approach to crime, and we thank the Public Safety Committee for their essential work in bringing this about. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont Petit Patrie. Jatinder Singh is an Indian truck driver who lives in Park Extension. He is an essential worker who provided much-needed services throughout the pandemic. He will be deported on June 15th, 5 days from now. If he goes back to India, he is afraid for his life due to his political activism. India is also going through the middle of a raging wave of COVID-19. His health is in danger, and Border Services indicated that it would not deport essential workers. Where is the Liberal compassion? Are they so heartless? Will the minister commit to intervening in this file, yes or no? The Honourable Minister. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We understand that decisions on immigration cases can have a deep impact on the health and safety and lives of individuals. Each case is assessed based on the merits in a fair way, consistent with Canadian legislation. Every case is assessed based on its own circumstances. I cannot discuss the details of a specific case due to privacy laws.
For Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Earlier this week, the report on the killing of Chantal Moore was made public. It doesn't add up. There were no actual witnesses. There's no video recordings. There's no audio recordings. The physical evidence doesn't really support the officer's story. His story that he feared for his life as a petite 26-year-old Indigenous woman came at him with a knife. The knife, not found near her body, no fingerprints, and found under a box. Can the Minister of Indigenous Services give this House some hope that we will get to the bottom of this and that wellness checks will stop resulting in the death of Indigenous people? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And first and foremost, our thoughts are with the family and friends of Chantel Moore through these difficult times. Following the tragic passing of Ms. Moore, after an interaction with the Edmundston Police Service, the Minister has spoke with the New Brunswick Regional Chief and President of the New Chenoweth Tribal Council to discuss wellness checks and the different roles of police in our communities. In situations such as these, it's essential that there be a timely, transparent, and independent investigation in order to provide answers to the many difficult but important questions that people have. While questions about the investigation and findings should be directed to the province, we continue our important work of modernizing police structures, updating standards regarding use of force, and establishing increased oversight of law enforcement.
That will conclude a question period for today. The Speaker has received notice of a couple of points of order. We'll go to the first one, the Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There have been discussions amongst the parties, and I believe that if you seek it, you will find support for the following motion. That given that Canada has been devastated over the last decade by repeated acts of violent Islamophobia, such as the Quebec City mosque attack, the International Muslims Organization mosque attack, and the London terror attack, Canada has been deeply affected by Islamophobia at all federal, provincial, territorial, and municipal levels. All political leaders at every level of government in Canada need to urgently change their policies to prevent another attack targeting Canadian Muslims. The House call on the federal government to convene an emergency national action summit on Islamophobia that should take place before the end of July 2021.
All those opposed to the Honourable Member moving the motion will please say nay. Hearing none, the House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Accordingly, the motion is carried. We'll now go to the Honourable Member. Nous allons maintenant procéder à l'Honourable Député de Joliette.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Point of order. During question period, the government misled the House by suggesting that the Minister of Finance in Quebec supports the federal finance minister in her plan to centralize the Securities Commission. This is a harmful project for Quebec, and no Quebec minister supports it, and so I would ask the Parliamentary Secretary to withdraw those comments. Anyone opposed to the Honourable Member moving the motion? Oh, just a moment.
Merci, l'Honourable Député.
I thank the Honourable Member. I have received some clarifications concerning this point of order and this request. And I think that this comment is actually under debate. Now.
Minister for Diversity, Inclusion and Youth, potentially arising on a point of order? No, okay, not for the moment. We'll go to tabling of documents, dépôt de documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36, bracket 8A, I have the honor to table in both official languages the government's responses to 8 petitions. These returns will be tabled in an electronic format.
Tabling of documents, dépôt de documents. Introduction of government bills. Déclaration du ministre.
Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Lac Saint-Louis.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honor to present in both official languages the 6th report of the Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development in relation to Bill C-12, an act respecting transparency and accountability in Canada's efforts to achieve net zero greenhouse gas emissions by the year 2050. The committee has studied the bill and has decided to report the bill back to the House with amendments. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member for Humber River, Black Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 1073, I have the honor to present in both official languages the fourth report of the Liaison Committee entitled Committee Activities and Expenditures April 1st, 2020 to March 31st, 2021. This report highlights the work and accomplishments of each committee, as well as detailing the budgets that fund the activities approved by committee members. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member for Brampton North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honor to present in both official languages the 16th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs. The committee advises that pursuant to Standing Order 91.12, the Subcommittee on Private Members' Business met to consider orders for the second reading of private members' public bills originating in the Senate and the items added to the order of precedence on Monday, May 31st, 2021, and recommended that the items listed herein, which it has determined should not be designated non-votable, be considered by the House.
According, I'll just ask the moment. I know the honourable member has a second item. Before she gets to that, I'll just indicate pursuant to Standing Order 91.12, the report is deemed adopted. Now we'll go back to the honourable member for Brampton North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 104 and 114, I have the honor to present in both official languages the 17th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs regarding the membership of committees of the House. If this House gives its consent, I intend to move concurrence in the 17th report later this day. Thank you.
Présentation de rapport du comité.
Presenting reports from committees. Introduction of private members' bills.
First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Motion. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Brampton North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If the House gives its consent, I move that the 17th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs presented to the House earlier this day be concurred in.
And all those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. Hearing none, the House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure, or shall I say any opposed to the motion being adopted will please say nay. Hearing none, motion's carried. Motions. Motion. Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. Looks like we're going to have quite a few today. Let's go to the honourable member for Bow River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to present 3 petitions. More than 12,000 independent travel advisors in Canada have been without income for 1 year due to government-imposed COVID travel restrictions, and small business owners are the sole proprietors. Federal assistance programs like CERB, CEWS, RRFF exclude the majority of these small business owners, leaving them to slip through the cracks, forcing them into bankruptcy. So these 3 petitions have been presented from travel agents across Canada, and particularly in my riding. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for North Island, Paulo River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm honored to table this petition asking the Minister of Health to ban commercial use of herbicides in forestry industry in Canada, with the exception of addressing invasive species that are well documented. The members expressed their concern that herbicides are being used by the forestry industry to prevent the natural return of the forest biodiversity, increasing the risk of forest fires, and in turn accelerating climate change, risking a loss of economic value and threatening communities and the overall health of Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Speaker, it's an honor today to rise virtually in the House to present petition 43-2, which calls on the Government of Canada to work with First Nations to immediately protect endangered old-growth ecosystems in British Columbia. The petitioners, which include constituents of mine, note that there is less than 2.7% of old-growth forests left in BC, and that it provides immeasurable benefits, including carbon sequestration, biodiversity, culture, recreation, education, food, and more, and that most Canadians support sustainable harvesting of forests, which does not include logging irreplaceable old growth. The call was echoed yesterday by the Squamish Nation to halt all logging in the 78,000 hectares of their land, most of which is in my riding, so I also rise today to give them a voice and to amplify their request in this chamber. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Petitions. The honourable member for Niagara Falls.
I rise today to present two individually certified paper petitions. The first petition is on behalf of the residents of Bowmanville, Oshawa, and Durham. These residents petition the House to ensure that any financial assistance to airlines and their subsidiary travel companies will be conditional on the protection of travel advisor commissions, and to ensure that commissions already clawed back by the airlines and their subsidiary travel companies will be repaid to travel advisors in a timely manner. The second petition is also on behalf of the residents of Bowmanville, Oshawa, and Durham. These residents petition this House to provide sector-specific funding for individual independent travel advisors and to extend the qualification of the Regional Relief and Recovery Fund in urban areas to include sole proprietors. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Elmwood, Transcona.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'll be presenting two petitions this morning. I'm pleased to rise and present petition E3288, which recognizes the disproportionate impact of COVID-19 on Canada's Indigenous, racialized, gendered, disabled populations, as well as young people and people living on low incomes. The petition calls for a low-income CERB repayment amnesty, a reduced repayment plan for those whose annual income is less than 15% above the poverty line, and calls on the government to cease treating CERB as taxable income for individuals if their 2020 income falls below the poverty line. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased today to present petition E3172, which recognizes the development of long COVID and the impact that this is having on tens of thousands of Canadians. It calls on the government to immediately extend the employment insurance sickness benefit to 50 weeks, to invest in research to help with the diagnosis and treatment of long COVID, to expand the eligibility for the Canada Recovery Benefit to Canadians who are unable to seek employment because of long COVID, and to convene a cross-committee study of the nature and impacts of long COVID, including the parliamentary committees on health, human resources, skills and social development, and the status of persons with disabilities, and Indigenous and Northern Affairs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Mission Matsqui, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Speaker, today I present a petition on behalf of Indigenous constituents in Mission Matsqui, Fraser Canyon. Stories of the atrocities that occurred within the residential school system have been around for years. On May 27th, the remains of 215 Indigenous children were found on the grounds of the former Kamloops residential school. Various levels of government have been aware of these stories for a long time and have done nothing to help find the remaining children who never came home. Families who have lost loved ones deserve to find closure to be able to help their spirits rest. Therefore, these citizens are calling upon the Government of Canada to proceed with using technology like ground-penetrating radar to search the grounds of all residential school sites and to provide a reasonable timeline for the conduct of these searches.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm pleased to rise to present e-petition 2690. Almost 7,000 signatures have been collected from a constituent of mine, Brian Kerr from Bobcaygeon, who created this petition, basically acknowledging that currently there is no federal law that allows elected politicians to be removed from Parliament before their 4-year term by eligible voters. So it's calling on the government, calling on the House of Commons to create a bill of recall election. Thank you, Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to present a petition on behalf of 200 Canadians from across the country who are concerned about the government's continued maintenance of an excise tax on medical cannabis. And these petitioners call on the government to reverse its decision to apply an excise duty to cannabis sold for medical purposes, to recognize medical cannabis should be exempt from the federal goods and services tax, to exempt medical cannabis from any taxes, including the excise tax, to zero rate the medical cannabis tax in line with all other prescription medicine, and to exempt medical cannabis products from any additional taxes in order to allow for reasonable access to medical cannabis for all Canadians authorized to use it by a healthcare practitioner. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Pardon me. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was on mute, but now I'm not. I'm tabling 4 petitions in the House today. The first petition is with respect to Bill C6, and petitioners want very much what they're saying to be heard in this petition, that they support efforts to ban conversion therapy. They want to see conversion therapy banned, and they are concerned about the definition as it's written. In particular, the fact that the definition does not ban conversion therapy. It bans many other things that are not actually a conversion therapy. So petitioners want to see the government support efforts to fix the definition and then to move forward with further actions to indeed ban conversion therapy. So the second petition I'm presenting is with regards to the persecution of Falun Gong practitioners. Petitioners highlight that persecution and want to see the government act to deploy sanctions against those involved in this persecution, in particular sanctions under the Magnitsky Act. The third petition I'm presenting is in support of Bill S-204, a bill which has passed the Senate unanimously, has passed the House previously in the form of S-240 unanimously, and petitioners are hoping that this bill will get adopted, that this will be the one that indeed finally gets it done. Mr. Speaker, the fourth and final petition I'm presenting today highlights the human rights situation in the Tigray region of Ethiopia. Petitioners are concerned about that and are calling on Canadian government to exercise more leadership, to be more engaged with that situation, indeed to engage directly with the Ethiopian and Eritrean governments around the advancement of human rights. So thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I commend these petitions to the consideration of members. Thank you.
Petitions, the Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have 2 petitions to table today. The first petition, petitioners note that the climate crisis and destruction of ecosystems, or ecocide, are the result of many years of harmful industrial practices permitted by law, with many risks having been known for decades by the companies choosing to continue these practices and the governments who subsidize those activities. Citizens and residents can and must take some responsibility for what is consumed, but it is industry, finance, and government who make high-level investments and policy decisions. As a member state of the United Nations, Canada shares a collective legal duty to promote social progress and better standards of life. And so the petitioners call upon the House of Commons to declare its support for an ecocide law amendment to the Rome Statute and advocate its adoption internationally in the knowledge that many countries must stand together for the long-term protection of life on Earth. And speaking of ecocide, this second petition is from citizens who are deeply concerned about clear-cut logging of endangered old-growth ecosystems. And they're calling upon the government to work with the province and First Nations to immediately halt logging of endangered old-growth ecosystems, fund the long-term protection of old-growth ecosystems as a priority of Canada's Climate Action Plan and reconciliation with Indigenous peoples, support value-added forestry initiatives in partnership with First Nations to ensure Canada's forestry industry is sustainable and based on the harvesting of second and third growth forests, ban the export of raw logs and maximize resource use for local jobs, and ban the use of whole trees for wood pellet biofuel production. And I will note that over 200 people in British Columbia on Vancouver Island.
I'd ask the Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith to sort of bring that to an end. Just a reminder to all Honourable Members, in fact, to keep these petition presentations concise. I'll allow him just to say the final remark, and then we'll get on to additional petitioners. The Honourable Member.
I'm done. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands on a point of order.
On a point of order, I hope all members, through you, Mr. Speaker, are aware of the fact that when presenting a petition, we shouldn't be bringing our own personal positions into the matter. This member at the conclusion of his petition said, and I would point out that a certain number, blah, 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 like he's going beyond presenting what the petition's about and trying to bring about awareness to another issue that might be related. And perhaps you would like to use the opportunity to remind members of that once again a bit, but I know it was just done a couple days ago.
Yeah, no, I thank the Honourable Member for his intervention on that. Indeed, we do encourage, there have been many members bringing petitions. This is a very important rubric of means for which constituents can sort of assert and to bring to the attention of Parliament or the government important issues in their own constituency. The role of the member in this case is to bring in concise terms what the essential elements of that petition are, but it is really not to debate and certainly not to add the member's own reflections on the topic as part of that presentation. So we appreciate all honourable members' cooperation with that. We'll now go to presenting petitions. I think we have one more, the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm honored today to present a petition from many of my constituents concerned about the fate of old growth in this country. Old growth forests are increasingly endangered, and yet they are not protected from logging. Although logging is a provincial jurisdiction, these petitioners link it to First Nations interests, the importance of shared cooperative planning, value added in our forestry, banning the export of raw logs, and banning the use of whole forests to be turned into pellets as claimed to be a renewable resource, but not renewable because old growth forests are, as the petitioners point out, only 2.7% of them remain in British Columbia. So these petitioners urge the federal government to work with provinces and First Nations and halt old growth logging. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétition. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The following questions will be answered today. Questions 641 and 642, 646, 650, 653 to 655, 657 to 660, and 662. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, if the government's responses to questions number 643 to 645, 647 to 649, 651, 652, 656, and 661 could be made for orders of return, these returns would be tabled immediately.
Is it the pleasure of the House that the aforementioned questions be made orders for return and that they be tabled immediately? Is there any opposed to such request? Seeing and hearing none, agreed and so ordered.
And finally, Mr. Speaker, if I may, I would ask that all remaining questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
And is that also agreed? Is
it the pleasure of the House to adopt this motion? Agreed and carried. Government orders, government bills, comments, resuming debate at report stage on Bill C-30, Budget Implementation Act 2021, number 1. The last time the House had discussion, I believe there's a point of order. Perhaps the Honourable Minister of Diversity has something to say. The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, an agreement could not be reached under the provisions of Standing Order 78.1 or 78.2 with respect to the third reading stage of Bill C-6, an act to amend the Criminal Code, conversion therapy. Under the provisions of Standing Order 78.3, I give notice that a Minister of the Crown will propose at the next sitting a motion to allot a specific number of days or hours for the consideration and disposal of proceedings at the said stage. Majority of the members want to see this legislation through. It's only the Conservatives who do not, so we do not need to act on this notice if the Conservatives can respect the majority of members and see this legislation advance.
I think the key element there is the notice. In any case, I'm sure the House appreciates the notice on the part of the Minister in this sense, and we'll now go to back to the previous item.
The last time the House held debate on this bill, the Honourable Member for Joliette had just begun questions and answers, so we'll proceed with that. The Honourable Member for Joliette. Any questions or comments? The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from Joliette for his speech. When it comes to the wage subsidy, which was used so frequently to allow, for example, the Granby Industrial Park to get through the crisis. But there was a worrisome question put by a Liberal member opposite. He said that a political party could be compared to a struggling business during the crisis, attempting thereby to justify the fact that political parties were able to take from the cookie jar the same way struggling companies were able to do so to survive. So I'd like to hear a response to this very worrisome claim coming from the Liberal Party. The honourable member for Joliette. Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague and friend, the member for Shefford. Yes, indeed, it's inexcusable. It's outrageous what the political parties here in the House have done, except for the Bloc Québécois. They decided during a crisis to create a program to help workers and businesses that were at risk of not surviving the crisis, and that was paid for through our tax money and through collective indebtedness. And what do we see? The political parties, like the Liberal Party, twisting the spirit of this program and saying, wow, we'll try to claim that political parties are a bit like not-for-profits, and let's give them some of the money from this program, and let's really let's get in on this. And they had record fundraising at the same time, so it's really unacceptable. And now they've said, well, beginning this summer, political parties will no longer be eligible. But they've already raided the cookie jar. It's really shameful. It's inexcusable. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from Joliette for his speech, and I have to commend him on his passion when it comes to the securities issue. That's great. But what about the longer term? There are some good things, after all, in this budget. Of course, there are a lot of shortcomings, and speeches have highlighted those. But we're kind of at a stage, we're coming out of the pandemic, and there seems to be a lack of planning for the next stages, whether it's to do with public health or the economy. Have we learned anything from COVID-19 with our social safety net and our healthcare system? Are we going to make the same mistakes next time round? And if the virus next time is more virulent, we'll be in an even worse situation. So does my colleague from Joliette think that any transition planning is happening here? The honourable member for Joliette. Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to salute my colleague from Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie on his intervention, and his comments are always very constructive. I fully agree with him, and I'll give an example. For example, at the Finance Committee, the unemployed had a witness come to say, look out. Come September, EI is going to be a problem with the same blind spots that it's always had. And we tried to change that at committee with the member for Burnaby South, but it was ruled out of order. The government doesn't want to change anything. So EI needs changing, and we're going back to the axe-worthy reforms of the 90s. So there's some blind spots in this budget. Thank you. Questions and comments? The honourable member, the honourable parliamentary secretary to the government house leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Budget 30 is a continuation of something that the Prime Minister and the Liberal caucus committed to back when this all began a year ago, saying that we would have the backs of Canadians be there in a very real and tangible way, where we developed a suite of programs and supports so that Canadians would be able to be in a better position to get through the pandemic. And this is a continuation. I wonder if the member could just provide his thoughts in terms of the passage of the legislation, how it continues to provide ongoing support for Canadians.
The honourable member for Joliette. Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his question or comment. I'd like to point out something that worries me about C30, and that is that the wage subsidy is being cut back, even for hard-hit industries like cultural industries and tourism. The minister has the power to increase the percentage of the benefit and to extend the period until November, but there are few guarantees and so very little predictability for those hard-hit industries that need to be supported adequately. So I'd like to get a commitment from the finance minister to that effect. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to speak to Bill C-30, the Budget Implementation Act 2021, number 1. Before I do so, I want to take the opportunity afforded to members in this place to speak to another issue of national importance. Canada stood in mourning with the survivors of residential schools and their families after the recent tragic discovery of 215 children in an unmarked grave at the former Kamloops residential school. Last week, I was asked by the former chief of the Kamloops First Nation, Manny Jewell, to read a poem of healing for the nation. And I asked the House for their understanding and patience as I do so now. I hope the way he read it to me, I can do this justice. So this poem is titled Monster, A Residential School Experience by Dennis Saddleman. I hate you, residential school. I hate you. You're a monster, a huge, hungry monster, built with steel bones, built with cement flesh. You're a monster, built to devour. Innocent native children, you're a cold-hearted monster, cold as the cement floors. You have no love, no gentle atmosphere, your ugly face grooved with red bricks. Your monster eyes glare from grimy windows, monster eyes so evil. Monster eyes watching, terrified children cower with shame. I hate you, residential school, I hate you. You're a slimy monster, oozing in the shadows of my past. Go away, leave me alone. You're following me wherever I go. You're in my dreams, in my memories. Go away, go away. I hate you. You're following me. I hate you, residential school. I hate you. You're a monster with huge, watery mouth, a mouth of double doors. Your wide mouth took me. Your yellow-stained teeth chewed me. It chewed the Indian out of me. Your teeth crunched my language, grinded my rituals and my traditions. Your taste buds became bitter. When you tasted my red skin, you swallowed me with disgust. Your face wrinkled when you tasted my strong pride. I hate you, residential school. I hate you. You're a monster. Your throat muscles forced me down to your stomach. Your throat muscles squeezed my happiness, squeezed my dreams, squeezed my native voice. Your throat became clogged with my sacred spirit. You coughed and you choked. For you cannot withstand my spiritual songs and dances. I hate you, residential school. I hate you. You're a monster. Your stomach upset every time I went to bed. Your stomach rumbled with anger every time I fell asleep in church. Your stomach growled at me every time I broke the school rules. Your stomach was full as you burped. You felt satisfied. You rubbed your belly, and you didn't care. You didn't care how you ate up my native culture. You didn't care if you were messy, if you were piggy. You didn't care as long as you ate up my Indianness. I hate you, residential school. I hate you. You're a monster. Your veins clotted with cruelty and torture. Your blood poisoned with loneliness and despair. Your heart was cold as it pumped fear into me. I hate you, residential school. I hate you. You're a monster. Your intestines turned me into foul entrails. Your anal squeezed me, squeezed my confidence, squeezed my self-respect. Your anal squeezed, and then you dumped me. You dumped me without parental skills, without life skills. Dumped me without any form of character, without individual talents, without a hope for success. I hate you, residential school. I hate you. You're a monster. You dumped me in the toilet, then you flushed out my good nature, my personalities. I hate you, residential school. I hate you. You're a monster. I hate you. "33 years later, I rode my Chevy Pony to Kamloops. From the highway, I saw the monster. My God, the monster is still alive. I hesitated. I wanted to drive on, but something told me to stop. I parked in front of the residential school, in front of that monster. The monster saw me, and it stared at me. The monster saw me, and I stared back. We both never said anything for a long time. Finally, with a lump in my throat, I said, 'Monster, I forgive you. The monster broke into tears. The monster cried and cried. His huge shoulders shook. He motioned for me to come forward. He asked me to sit on his lappy stairs. The monster spoke. You know, I didn't like my government father. I didn't like my Catholic Church mother. I'm glad the Native people adopted me. They took me as one of their own. They fixed me up, repaired my mouth of double doors, washed my window eyes with cedar and fir boughs. They cleansed me with sage and sweet grass. Now my good spirit lives. The Native people let me stay on their land. They could have burnt me, you know. Instead, they let me live. So people can come here to school to learn about their culture. The monster said, I'm glad Native people gave me another chance. I'm glad, Dennis, you gave me another chance. The monster smiled. I stood up. I told the monster I must go. Ahead of me is my life. My people are waiting for me. I was at the door of my Chevy pony. The monster spoke. Hey, you forgot something. I turned around and I saw a ghost child running down the cement steps. It ran towards me and entered my body. I looked over to the monster. I was surprised. I wasn't looking at a monster anymore. I was looking at an old school in my heart. I thought this is where I earned my diploma of survival. I was looking at an old residential school who became my elder of my memories. I was looking at a tall building with 4 stories. Stories of hope, stories of dreams, stories of renewal, and stories of tomorrow. And that again is a poem called Monster, a residential school experience, and that was done by Dennis Saddleman. Again, was asked by a former Chief Manny Jewell of the Tecumloops First Nation to read that as a way to help the nation heal. When he read it to me, it was quite emotional, and I hope I did that justice. So Speaker, I know I only have a little bit of time left, so I'll quickly wrap up. I want to just say to the government that they continue to move forward on this file, something that is very important, and I think it's time for action. We want to see, as an opposition, we've asked for calls to action of the Truth to Reconciliation Commission report 71 through 76 with a clear action plan by July 1st. I think the communities, all of them across Canada, these First Nations communities need that healing. It's time we listen to them and follow their lead and have action. Thank you, Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I did want to thank the member for sharing that story with the House. And, you know, lives do matter. And the 215 number is a number that is now in many windows in the north end of Winnipeg. In fact, when I drive down Dufferin, I see this red dress in a window. Or I drive over the Salter Bridge and I'll see red and orange ribbons. It reminds me almost on a daily basis of the importance of reconciliation, as we all have a very important role to play in being supportive and encouraging people, in particular Indigenous community members, to speak out and to lead us on the reconciliation. I would like to think that we each have a role to play, all members of Parliament. And I'm wondering if my friend could just provide his thoughts on just how important the reconciliation is for his community and indeed all of Canada. And I'm thinking of the calls for action or the report on murdered Indigenous girls.
The honourable member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and I appreciate the question from the member from Winnipeg North. Yes, I agree with him. I think each and every one of us has a role to play in this place, in our communities, how we listen, how we act to these stories. They are quite painful in many cases, but it's how we move forward, and I think reconciliation comes in many forms, and I think as a Parliament, as a government, as members that live in each of our communities, we do have that role to play, and we do need to start listening to those voices on the ground that are telling us their path forward and how they wish to proceed. I think that's of utmost importance, so thank you for the question.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Miigwech, Mr. Speaker. Miigwech to the member for his testimony. In fact, in the context of a debate on the budget, I think that's something that is quite alarming and we don't speak about enough in this House, and we talked a little bit about it this week, is the importance of affordable social housing and housing, period. If there is an urgent need, it is the need for housing. Could there not have been more places for housing in Indigenous communities in particular? We need a quality of life, respect, and dignity. Miigwech, the Honourable Member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
My friend for that question, he couldn't be more right. The need for proper housing on Indigenous communities should be top of mind to everyone in this place. I think during the pandemic, we've all seen the crowded situations and the fact that the virus does spread quicker inside tight spaces with lots of people. I think this is kind of where governments need to reevaluate how they're doing business, because I think in many cases the First Nations communities themselves have ideas and ways to fix this problem. But in some cases, and I'm not just blaming one government, it's been successive governments over many decades. You could actually argue 100 plus years. So I think that's where the role of, rather than Ottawa knows best, Ottawa deciding how things are done, we start doing it differently. Let's listen to the people on the ground in the communities that know how to fix this problem, but we just aren't listening.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his comments and to acknowledge how it's impacted his own heart. But here's the thing, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, I put forward a unanimous consent motion seeking truth to call what happened in residential school for what it is, a genocide. And that truth was denied, leaving survivors and families, our experience, left up for debate. So I want to ask my honorable colleague, because I do believe that he has a level of understanding, if he will honor this truth about our Canadian history, that what happened in residential school was violent and in fact a genocide, so that we can close the debate that survivors have to go through continually. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, Member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Thank you, Speaker, and I do appreciate the passion from my friend from the NDP. We've served on many committees together over the years, and she is truly a strong voice for her community, and I do appreciate every time I have the opportunity to work with her, because I have learned a lot from her, actually, and I hope to continue doing that. In terms of her question, I do support what the Truth and Reconciliation Commission calls to action. It is a cultural genocide. There is no doubt about that, and we continue to learn and try to fix if there is one, mistakes from the, well, sorry, to definitely fix the mistakes of the past, but also learn so things like this never, ever happen again.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Rosemont Petit Patrie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank for the moving speech given by my Conservative Party colleague, and I must say it's not necessarily easy to follow that. I could not reach the same level of depth for respect and dignity for human lives given what has happened tragically. I thank my colleague for his speech, and I will try to do my best to speak about the bill, the budget implementation bill. Mr. Speaker, there are good things in this budget, and there are things that are missing. And obviously, I'm going to come back to this because it's my role as a member of the opposition to talk about it. But what concerns me in this budget is I feel like we are still trying to put Band-Aids on cancer and patch holes. It's a budget that is short-sighted. It is as if we saw a tree, but we didn't see there was an entire forest behind. So what we have learned in the year and a half we've just experienced, we're still not out of this crisis, but with the vaccine campaign, the figures are good. I'm looking more in the Quebec and Ontario figures, and they seem to be moving in the right direction because we see that 75% of people will have received a second dose by the end of September, but we're on our way out after a tragedy where hundreds of thousands of people were sick and others died. But what we learned over this past year and a half is the extent to which we were poorly prepared. And I am afraid that this state of preparation or lack thereof will repeat itself in the future. If we learned our lesson, we won't repeat our mistakes, but we had SARS, we had other epidemics that occurred before, and each time we say, well, next time we'll be ready, and we won't get caught off guard, be it in the social safety net, the health care network. There are weaknesses, gaps, and instead of fixing things, sometimes we've made things worse. Like with the cuts to the healthcare transfers to the provinces by the Conservatives and then the Liberals. And we don't think that with the one-time investments, they were strengthening the capacity of our public service to provide quality care with the necessary equipment to face pandemics such as the one we are facing, because we mustn't think that this will be the last time. It's happened a number of times over the 21st century, a few times. It will happen again. Will we be ready the next time? Will our healthcare system, will our healthcare professionals be able to deal with it? Will we have the right working conditions and decent salaries for our attendants, nurses, and so on? Will we ensure that we work together so we don't abandon our seniors in long-term care homes? We saw the terrible tragedy that occurred in the beginning of the pandemic, particularly in the private long-term care homes in the western part of the island of Montreal and Dorval. It was terrible. Are we going to change the way that we do the work? Are we going to continue to do work from home? Will we go back to our offices? How are we going to do all this? How will we be ready the next time? Will we have the material, the equipment, the personal protective equipment next time? Will we have the industrial capacity not only to do research on vaccines, but also to be able to produce, create new ones, and to manufacture them? We lost all our national manufacturing capacity to make vaccines here in Canada. So be it we have to depend on our neighbors, be it for the production of equipment, materials, ventilators, etc. We're not ready. Will we have enough oxygen canisters the next time? There will be more deadly, virulent, contagious virus. Will we be able to overcome the next time? Will the social safety net be sufficient to leave no one behind? Unfortunately, I think that this budget responds to some needs, not all, but some short-term needs, but we're not planning for the post-pandemic period and preparing our society by giving ourselves the means to ensure that we have a fair, more transparent, equal, greener society, but also a society that is better prepared to deal with these things, because this won't be the last time, and it won't be the last time that we could see a worsening in the climate crisis given the warming of the planet. This subject is related given the public health care problems that are caused, be it respiratory illnesses or the spread of various viruses or disasters, natural disasters that cost us a lot of money. So, in this budget and the budget implementation bill, there are some shortcomings. We saw, among other things, that with the pandemic, that there were inequalities, where there were an increasing inequalities created, figures where families, individuals, the wealthiest individuals and families during the pandemic gained about $78 billion more. Most people suffered, lost their jobs, saw their business have difficulty surviving or even collapse. These people, these other people were filling their pockets. We have to address this excessive increase in wealth. It's undignified, other than putting a special tax on the purchase of some boats or private planes. But there are ultra-wealthy individuals who really were filling their pockets, and not buying a private plane really didn't make a difference. So there was an increased inequality, and we saw that people... Oxfam Canada, in fact, indicated it a few months ago that there were people from big companies like Jeff Bezos, because Amazon, of course, made astronomical profits during the pandemic. Jeff Bezos around the world has about 600,000 employees. That's not nothing. And if he wrote a lot of checks, and if he took his checkbook and gave $100,000 to each employee around the world, that's $100,000 to 600,000 people, he'd be as rich as he was before the pandemic. And he wasn't poor before the pandemic. So what are the Liberals putting forward in this bill to reduce these inequalities and make the super wealthy pay their fair share? Not a lot. We're talking about planes and boats. That's about it. When we could have had a wealth tax, for example. If you have more than $20 million, there's an additional tax of 1% to pay. That's not excessive, 1%. And it would create substantial revenues to be able to take care of people and have a real public health care system that can meet the needs of the population. How is it that we don't have a wealth tax? I talked about Amazon and Jeff Bezos. How is it that we don't have a special tax on excessive profits during a pandemic?
Well, in Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie and kind of all around Montreal, there are small businesses who are having a hard time making ends meet. And they've often had to shutter. Meanwhile, these big companies like Amazon, Facebook, and so on are filling their pockets. And they're still not being taxed for what they do in Canada and Quebec. Maybe that'll happen one day. We'll see. But they've made huge profits during the pandemic, and the Liberal government hasn't had the courage to tackle that problem. Why haven't we reformed tax havens? Whether you look at the Department of Finance or the Conference Board of Canada, everyone is saying that we are losing tens of billions of dollars every year, because there are ultra-wealthy people who can stash their money in the Cayman Islands and not pay a single cent of tax in Canada. It just makes no sense. This has been going on for years, Mr. Speaker. This has been allowed to continue by the Conservatives and the Liberals. Canadian banks just set the rules that they wanted for their clients, for KPMG, so that they didn't have to pay taxes. There are all of these tax schemes that have never been seriously dealt with by any Canadian government. Now, when you're waiting in a waiting room at the hospital for 10 or 20 hours because you're injured and you're not able to see a doctor, well, that's because of tax havens. When you're waiting for the bus to come in the rain and the bus never comes because it broke down and there was no one there to repair it, well, that's because of tax havens. When you can't find affordable social housing, it's because the ultra wealthy are not paying their fair share. It's because of tax havens. I would like to see a government that has the courage to tackle these questions, but maybe that'll be up to an NDP government in the future. Questions and comments?
For Carleton.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Canada now has $4 in debt for every dollar in revenue. That is a record ratio, and it's double the average of the last 60 years. The government is currently printing money. They printed $354 billion. So this is money being created by the Bank of Canada. What's the consequence of that? Inflation. We're seeing huge inflation rates, particularly on housing. That inflation could lead to an increase in interest rates, what would then be applied to the record debt that our families, businesses, and governments are facing. Does the member believe, like me, that we may be facing a debt crisis if interest rates increase before we can reduce our debt? The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Well, it's true that we need to be careful. We wouldn't want to have out-of-control inflation that would lead to really high interest rates in our economic system. But we also need to keep things in perspective. All of the countries in the world have seen an increase in their debt during the pandemic. We're not the only ones. We've seen this in the UK, the US, Japan. And our debt to GDP ratio is still fairly good compared to most OECD countries. But I would say that it's even more important to, first of all, tackle the ultra-wealthy individuals and companies who aren't paying their fair share, because we all need to look at revenue as well as spending. And then there are investments that could also really pay off. If we could give families access to social housing, that would free up money for those people to be able to participate in the economy more. They could participate in their communities and villages, and they could help contribute to economic growth. That would lift them out of poverty, and that would be good for everyone. Social housing also means that there's more housing available, more supply, decreases the pressure, and that would be positive. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his speech. I'd like to hear him talk a bit about the following. The Minister of Finance brags that she invested a lot of money in fighting tax evasion, and if that had been done properly, maybe there would have been more money left over for the fisheries in her riding. This is the Minister of Revenue. So I'd like to know if there are measures that we can take to reduce tax havens. And would my colleague agree that what the government is doing is actually more smoke and mirrors than anything else? The Honourable Member. Well, I want to thank the member for her question, and I entirely agree. There are things in Canada's tax laws that you could change very quickly that would actually eliminate a lot of loopholes that are used in tax evasion. Why doesn't the government do this? Well, because they have close ties with Bay Street, and their friends in Bay Street, who are very wealthy, are benefiting from this. So when they say we're going to send more inspectors, give more resources to Revenue Canada, well, one of the problems is that a lot of these schemes are actually legal. So there's no use putting more police officers outside of the bank if it's legal to rob the bank. If you don't change the law, you can't do anything. These people will continue to laugh at us. They will continue to apply their little tax schemes, and the rest of us will be paying the price for that, because it's the middle class that always ends up paying for our infrastructure and our public services, while the ultra-wealthy don't pay their share.
Comments? The Honourable Member for North Island, Powell River.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his very important and powerful speech. You know, my question through you to the member is, I just want to acknowledge the member from Hamilton Mountain and his fierce work around addressing the issues that seniors face in our country. And right now, what we're seeing is a two-tier system for seniors. We have the junior seniors that get paid one amount, and then the senior seniors who get paid a little bit more. And I just think that's absolutely unfair. And I would like to hear from the member what his thoughts are.
The honourable member. I want to thank my colleague for her question, which is an excellent one. Indeed, it's hard to understand why the Liberals have created two categories of seniors in this country. Before, we had those who were 65 and up, they had the right to certain services, programs like old age security. And now, the Liberal government says, well, if you're 75 and older, you're going to get a 10% increase. And if you're 65 to 74, too bad. Whereas we have seniors who live in poverty of all ages, and really this got a lot worse during the pandemic. So I agree with my colleague, the member for Hamilton Mountain, that this is discrimination. We at the NDP will fight that. I also want to thank my colleague, the member for Hamilton Mountain, for all the work that he did on the OAS and CPP for our workers.
In debate, the honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise today and speak to the budget. I actually didn't think I would get the opportunity to do this, and so I didn't think I'd see a budget from this government, and so I'm pleased to speak to it today. And I want to put this into the context of COVID-19. And of course, last March, the government shut down the economy because of the pandemic, and us Conservatives cooperated with a lot of these emergency support measures it was important to do at the time. And I just want to highlight the Liberal approach to this. The very first thing that the Liberals did was they used their bills as a power grab. They wanted to have the power, the superpower, to be able to do whatever they wanted, spend however much they wanted, until December of this year. That, Mr. Speaker, is 6 months from now still, is what they had asked for. So, of course, we didn't allow them to do this. So what's the second thing they did? Well, they took the power that they did have, which is to spend some money, and they directed that money to their friends. We think of former Liberal MP Frank Baylis, who got a contract for respirators, even though his company had no experience or specialty in that area. And of course, the WE scandal, which we've heard a lot about this week, where the government found a way to funnel money to their friends, the Kielburgers. When we exposed all of those things, the Liberals did the third thing, which was to prorogue Parliament. They didn't want investigations, they didn't want documents to come out, they didn't want people to know what was going on. And so that prorogation of Parliament has created where we are now, where we have this last-ditch, last-hour effort to get this budget passed. So, of course, while all of that was going on, Canada was in a significant recession. Our GDP was negative 11.5% last summer. We had record double-digit unemployment. And many small businesses were shut down, including many in Saskatoon, particularly in the tourism sector. And then finally, in the fall, we got an economic statement. Finally, there was some acknowledgement that the government needed to provide some numbers, and yet even that understated the depth of the economic calamity that was hitting Canada. And then, of course, while all that was going on, the solution to the problem, which was the acquisition of vaccines, was a failure by the government. The first thing they did was they bet the farm on the Chinese dictatorship supplying all the vaccines that Canada would need. And of course, that failed. The partnership with CanSino was a failure. So once that failed, then they talked a big game about ordering vaccines. They like to highlight all the vaccines that they've ordered. Mr. Speaker, I was in charge of a manufacturing plant, and my boss wasn't overly concerned with what I ordered. He wanted output. He wanted me to produce products. And when I told him that I couldn't, he didn't want to hear excuses. He just wanted the products produced. And so it's one thing to talk about excuses about we ordered this and we ordered that, but the real deal is landing those products in the country, in this case in Canada, and getting them into the arms of people. Canada's consistently been in the bottom of OECD countries when it comes to getting fully vaccinated people. And why is that? Because of this difference between ordering and actually landing products in the country. And after all these months, we're still less than 10% of Canadians fully vaccinated with 2 doses. The Liberals are very good at talking, not so good at actually doing. So on this budget, It's a major letdown, Mr. Speaker. Unemployed Canadians feel let down. Workers feel let down. Families feel let down. It is not a growth budget. There's no plan to encourage Canada's long-term prosperity. And even the Parliamentary Budget Officer has said it will not stimulate jobs or create economic growth. This is a budget about Liberal partisan priorities. It's an election budget. And there's not even a plan to return to a balanced budget in the forward-looking years. Now, for Saskatoon West, there was money for Meewasin Trail and for Vito Intervac, our vaccine-producing organization associated with the University of Saskatchewan. Both are projects that I've been advocating for since my election. I've asked numerous question period questions. I've raised it at committee. I've written to ministers. I've brought media attention to it, and I think the Liberals finally just got tired and they provided some funding there. But was there money in Saskatoon for housing projects? No. Palliative care? No. Fighting the opioid crisis? No. Mental health resources? No. Did the people of Saskatoon West get slapped with the largest deficit and debt in the history of this country? Yes. Yes, they did. So let's talk about that deficit and that debt. This past year's debt is $354 billion, and our next year's is going to be $154 billion. And the deficit control plan of this government in 5 years' time is getting the deficit down to $30 billion a year. Now, 18 months ago, $30 billion would have been viewed as a massive deficit, and today it's seen as nothing. It isn't nothing, Mr. Speaker, because this document is projecting a $1.4 trillion debt. Now, that's $37,000 of debt for every man, woman, and child, every Canadian, $150,000 for a family of four. That's a small mortgage. And like the government has it's like the government stole your identity, took your credit cards, and racked up $37,000 in charges that you have to pay. And not only that, in the background, the government is still taxing you. Now, some people would say, so what? Who cares? Just print more money. Well, basic market principles in economics care. Every time in history when a government prints money to pay off its debts, record inflation follows. Inflation means higher prices, and the money that you earn is worth less and less. Now, I want to remind Canadians of events that occurred 30 years ago. The government at that time had racked up unprecedented debts, and by 1995, the government was unable to borrow money. So Liberal Finance Minister Paul Martin was forced to raise taxes and reduce spending. It was a period of hardship and pain for all Canadians that followed those decisions. But the government was forced to get its debt in order by the markets. Now, I want to personalize this a bit because decisions that we make here in this house affect individuals. And for me, my wife and I bought our first house in 1989, right in the middle of this period. And our interest rate on our first mortgage was 13%. Now, to put that in perspective, if you have a $1,000 mortgage payment today because of a 2% interest rate, if that interest rate were to go to 13%, like my first one, that $1,000 payment becomes $2,700 a month payment, almost triple. Even if interest rates only went to 5%, that $1,000 becomes a $1,500 payment. It's a 50% higher payment. The government, with this budget, has made a $1 trillion bet that interest rates are going to stay low forever. But of course, history says otherwise. From 1965 till now, the average 5-year mortgage rate was about 9%. And there was a 20-year period from 1975 to 1995 where the average mortgage rate was about 12%. It's only in the last decade that it has been consistently below 5%, and that is not sustainable. The government is repeating the same mistakes of 30 years ago. At best, we're mortgaging our children's future, and at worst, we're going to face another debt crisis, like Paul Martin did. The Liberals are spending money now, knowing that inflation is going to cost our younger generations. So what did we get for all this spending? Well, we got $52 million for Liberal Pet Project A and $300 million for Pet Project B and hundreds of billions more split up against other Liberal pet projects. Will some of these benefit Canadians? Well, time will tell. But will the cost of Liberals buying votes for the next election burden generations of Canadians to come? Absolutely. Now, I want to turn to my home, Saskatoon West. Our Saskatchewan economy is built on agriculture, mining, forestry, and energy. Saskatoon West is the center of many of these industries. Our downtown houses many head offices, and we have industrial parks. We have a large railway switching hub and an airport that services all of Saskatchewan, especially the north. And I want to talk specifically about the energy sector. I sit on the Environmental Committee, so I have a unique perspective. The budget was a missed opportunity to grow Canada's largest economic sector. In fact, the Liberals are failing our energy sector. Energy East, of course, cancelled. Teck Resources, Kitimat, LNG cancelled. Keystone XL just cancelled this week. Trans Mountain Pipeline is in limbo. And also in limbo is Enbridge Line 5, which delivers much of Western Canadian oil to Ontario and Quebec via the USA. Now, what about small businesses in Saskatoon West? I've been a consistent advocate. The Liberal COVID-19 programs failed small businesses. The initial rent program was horribly designed and left most tenants without help. The wage subsidy was initially written to exclude most workers, and we had to push the government for the rules to be changed. And then, of course, the CRA began auditing small businesses. We had to put forward a motion to end those unnecessary audits. And I spoke about these issues. And Conservatives will continue to be there for small business. So, Mr. Speaker, I graduated from university as an accountant, and I worked for many years in business management. I worked in different companies, from large multinational businesses to owning and operating my own small business. The reason I ran for office here stemmed from my desire to bring some business acumen to the federal government. I believe we need a good cross-section of skills. Yes, we need drama teachers, we need journalists, but we also need financially minded people, people who understand economics and monetary policy. And I think this budget proves my point very well. This is an election budget. The foundational question wasn't what's in the best interests of Canadians. It was what's the surefire way to get reelected. Canadians can see right through this. And that's why the people of Saskatoon West elected a Conservative MP in 2019, and that's why we need to elect more Conservative MPs next time. Only a Conservative government can secure our economy and secure our future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments of the Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and you look good in that chair, I must say. Mr. Speaker, I guess my concern with the Conservative approach to this is that on the one hand, they say that we could have done more in terms of provide financial support, and then on the other hand, they're critical because we've borrowed as much money that has been borrowed. We have consistently provided support packages from seniors to students to workers to businesses in order to enable us to be able to build back better once we get over the pandemic. And I'm wondering if my colleague could provide his thoughts on terms of the importance of being consistent with what you're saying inside the chamber.
The Honourable Member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his question. There's a phrase, and it's something that I live by, and it is work smarter, not harder. And I think many of the things that we've seen are the opposite of that from this government. Money was given to dead people. If you look at the cross-section of who got the most money, it was the wealthier families that got it. It wasn't the lower-income families. And so there were many things in the way that these programs were set out that were inefficient, that were poorly designed. And so I truly believe that had Conservatives been in power, we could have achieved better results for less money, because that's the way we Conservatives do things and that's the way we think.
The Honourable Member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You look very good in the chair. I want to thank my friend from Saskatoon for his speech. But he was talking about financial support. So I need to ask him, what I'm hearing in Hamilton Mountain and across the country, many seniors have actually called and complained about the budget, the latest budget put out, making a difference between the two-tier pension system over the age of 65. So they feel it's wrong. They have high costs just like everybody else. So I want to know if he's hearing the same thing in his riding. Does he support the Liberal way, or would he support making sure all people from 65 and up are treated the same?
The Honourable Member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the question. I think it's a great question. I am hearing the same thing. I've talked to many seniors who are upset with many different aspects of what this government is doing. And here's what I believe. I believe that seniors built our country. Seniors are the foundation upon which we live, and it's because of seniors that I'm standing here today. We all stand on the shoulders of our seniors, and so they're very important. We need to provide for our seniors. We need to be fair to our seniors. No, I don't think it's right to have the two-tiered system with seniors. I believe that the government needs to do what it can to take care, and I think that's something that Conservatives are committed to, and I certainly am.
A brief question, the honourable member for Carleton.
I congratulate you on the distinguished role you're playing, Mr. Speaker, today. We're very happy to see you there. The member talked about debt. Canada has $4 of debt for every $1 of GDP, a record ratio, $8.6 trillion of debt. They're printing money to pay for all this debt, which is driving up inflation that will lead to higher interest rates and cause a debt crisis. Does the member worry that when this government's policy of printing money to drive up inflation and interest rates fully plays out, we will have a debt crisis?
The honourable member for Saskatoon West.
I thank the member from Carleton for his question, and I absolutely think we will. And I can speak to that because I lived through that. I lived through the 90s. Like I said, my first mortgage had a 13% interest rate, and I worry about my children and my future grandchildren, if I have any, that they will have to deal with this. They will have high interest rates that they simply won't be able to afford. And when we talk about housing affordability being out of touch, out of hope for now, out of reach right now, it's going to be impossible if interest rates go to those kinds of levels. And that's the future we're headed for with budgets like this. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Richmond Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You look really great in that chair. So I rise today to speak to the budget implementation bill and give some overall thoughts to the budget. The document itself, as tabled by the Minister of Finance, was 725 pages long. It is the largest budget document in federal history. Unfortunately, quantity does not necessarily mean quality. In terms of quantity, we have record spending and deficits. This fiscal year and the last fiscal year are ranked 1 and 2, and both contain the largest amount of spending and the largest deficits in recorded Canadian history. It isn't even close to the third highest deficit, Mr. Speaker. The current deficit that will have to be paid by Canadians will total over $500 billion. That's just for these last 2 years. There is surely more to come. Write on a piece of paper the number 5 and then follow it with 11 zeros. It is nearly the amount of accumulated deficit incurred since Confederation. We are far from where we were when the Prime Minister promised, quote, modest short-term deficits, unquote, 6 years ago. Canadians will be paying for this spending for decades. Since all of the spending comes from borrowed money, we will also be paying interest. We are not paying off the debt today, but its effects will drag on our economy like an anchor weighing down a swimmer in the ocean. Right now, interest rates are being held low. The Bank of Canada is purchasing government debt off the open market, which puts downward pressure on interest rates. This allows the government to borrow and spend. But this is impacting the lives of everyday people in my home riding of Richmond Centre. Consequently, the price of everything is increasing. Indeed, with easy credit due to low interest rates, the prices of real estate have skyrocketed. Young constituents of mine cannot afford a place to live, while older folks are sitting on a windfall. Rents are getting higher because landlords must afford to finance and pay back higher and higher levels of debt. Unaffordability in a place to live is one consequence of huge government deficits. Higher prices are also seen in everything else, ranging from food to gasoline to services, and the list can go on. Disruptions in supply chains due to COVID-19 are not helping. Everybody at street level can see this happening. Prices were bound to rise, but this government's fiscal policy is making things a lot worse than they should be. I do concede the point that last year in March, we knew a lot less about COVID-19 than what we know today. Governments around the world reacted in different manners, but most were consistent in providing emergency supports to the population while we figured things out. Beyond that, there was no excuse for what we have seen out of the government over the past half year or so. Our Liberal government has been very slow to bring us back to the path to recovery. Nothing illustrates this more than the snail pace of COVID-19 vaccination we have seen. Hundreds of millions, if not billions, of dollars were wasted in this initial effort. We should be a first world nation with first world results, but instead, this Liberal government has been lagging badly. Most Canadians at this point, including myself, are in the category of receiving a partial vaccination. Compared to our fully vaccinated friends down south in the US, and compared to countries like Israel, we have underperformed. This will cost us, and we'll see this in the budget today. We see plenty of media out there showing obvious evidence that things are heading back to normal in places outside of Canada. People are attending sporting events and socializing and exercising without having to wear masks. Indeed, we are seeing hints of that occurring today from our provincial governments. But people remember the initial promise of the federal Liberals, quote, 2 weeks to flatten the curve, unquote, which didn't turn out as expected at all. With this uncertainty, Mr. Speaker, why would anybody want to make preparation for a recovery that may or may not occur? The rug has already been pulled from the floors of the restaurant industry in British Columbia twice with incredibly short notice. My point, Mr. Speaker, is that our government failed response with COVID-19 vaccinations has directly resulted in the necessity of additional emergency spending supports. Tens, if not hundreds of billions of dollars would not have had to be spent had we been one of the leaders rather than a lagger in our COVID-19 response. However, the current Liberal government has made so many missteps that will slow down this roadmap. The slowness of our government's COVID response has also caused distortion in the labor market. I speak to businesses that cannot fire employees because government benefits are competing with them, competing with businesses that want to hire. Going back to my original point about costs, it means that the cost of labor is rising, and this results in increased prices in everything. The volatile economic climate caused by our government's missteps is stalling our recovery. At least before COVID-19, Richmond was home to a vibrant tourism sector. Today, we have travel centers and tourism-sensitive areas of the economy that are completely shut down. We need to create an environment that will get this sector back to where it was. We support tourism, but not birth tourism. This is what I've been telling people here in Richmond. While nearly every industry from coast to coast to coast has felt the negative effects of the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic, the hospitality and tourism industries have been especially hard hit, from international border closure to provincial border regulation and stay-at-home orders. The livelihood of hundreds of thousands of Canadians, either directly in the tourism hospitality industry or in an adjacent field, have been hammered by COVID-19. I've heard from countless constituents who work for airlines, in travel infrastructure, hospitality, and in the tourism industry, and they have all told me the same thing. We need help. I want to take this opportunity to express my thanks to my colleague from Niagara Falls, Aberystwyth, as well as Durham, for their efforts in bringing the voices of those in the tourism industry to parliamentarians and to this place to be heard. And indeed, they were heard. Richmond Centre is also home to VIAVI Airport and the home to many great aerospace firms that operate and maintain our airlines, airplanes, and helicopters. The budget funding needs to be implemented in conjunction with an aerospace strategy that allows us to compete in the global marketplace. The final area I want to touch is one which is extremely close to my heart. For a number of years, I was very fortunate to be able to serve not just Richmond, but Canadians from coast to coast.
Yeah, we will. We've finished the time allocated for government orders for this afternoon. The honourable member for Richmond Centre will have 2 minutes remaining in her time, and then the usual 5 minutes for questions and comments when the House gets back to debate on the motion. But now here we are. It being 1:30 p.m., the House will proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Orders of the day.
Private members' business. Resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-271, an act to amend the Governor-General's Act.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm here today, of course, to speak on Bill C-27. But before I start my speech, I just want to take this opportunity to acknowledge and hold up the Muslim community across Canada. This past week has been an extremely painful one for all of the beautiful Muslim people in our communities who are now afraid of what Canada has become. I pray that we are tireless in our work to make this country an even safer country. Everyone should feel safe to walk in their neighborhoods in our country. Mr. Speaker, I'm here to debate Bill C-271, an act to amend the Governor General's Act. This act would make the Governor General's salary $1 a year annually and remove the right to retiring annuity and amends other acts in consequence. When I read just the title of this act, I was actually interested in having a meaningful review and discussion about what next steps Canada has to do to look at this area and the realities that we've seen over the last while. Sadly, the actual content of the bill is not a serious attempt to reform how the Governor General is selected, and it would limit, obviously, potential candidates to those that are independently wealthy. For me, having more wealthy people in seats of power is simply not a priority. It is obvious that we need some changes. With the most recent situation with Julie Payette, there is no doubt. The Prime Minister failed to undertake basic due diligence in the vetting process. If this was a piece of legislation that spoke to creating clearer rules and guidelines around vetting, I would be very interested in the content. It is true. I personally feel that Ms. Payette does not merit the pension or perks because really she did fail in her duties. There should be a much better vetting process and a more clear pathway around consequences when a person does not serve this important role appropriately. I believe that the member and I agree that instead of paying her for the rest of her life, the Prime Minister needs to send a message that Canada's public institutions will not be a safe haven for those who abuse their employees. I think that this is an important factor and needs meaningful action. However, this bill is not that. Canadians know that the Governor General plays a role in the constitutional arrangement of our democracy. And Mr. Speaker, our democracy is not perfect, but it is something that I will always fight for. There is no doubt that Canadians want the Prime Minister to take responsibility for the flawed process of appointing Ms. Payette. This flawed process has left the taxpayer holding the bag, and I am not okay with that. I also believe that for this specific case, we want an independent investigation into the allegations of harassment at Rideau Hall. In the long term, there needs to be a better plan to keep all of our workplaces safe. The Prime Minister has been heavily criticized for making key appointments, such as the Governor General and other House officers based on politics rather than merit. This is concerning for Canadians, and I've heard that from my constituents. When we look at key roles, I believe Canadians want people that we all can have faith in. When politics and key roles of leadership in our country get mixed up, it makes it harder for Canadians to feel trust in these roles. Now, because of a poor system, we are in a situation where the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of Canada is currently assuming the duties of the Governor General. Having the Chief Justice give royal assent on legislation that may one day come before the court, well, it does present a potential conflict. So this needs to be addressed. The solution offered in this bill does not provide constructive criticism that will get us to the next level that obviously this conversation needs to have. Now the Liberals have announced that they will have an advisory panel to help select the new Governor General. This approach for appointing a Governor General was used by the previous Conservative government, but was dropped by the Liberals after they were elected in 2015. While the Conservative panel was nonpartisan, the Liberals have decided to appoint Liberal co-chairs. Well, obviously, this is clearly partisan. Again, how do Canadians trust in a process if it is not fair? If they are not taken out of the partisanship realm and placed as they should be in the nonpartisan one? This is a lot of taxpayer money being spent, and quite frankly, Canadians deserve better. I have some constituents that tell me they don't want a Governor General anymore, and that the ties with the Queen of England just doesn't fit what Canada has become. I think that this is a very worthy and important debate to have. However, again, this bill does not provide any meaningful space for this dialogue. It is time for the Prime Minister to show Canadians that there is consequences for employers who create toxic workplaces and abuse their employees. Our former Governor General should be disqualified from receiving a gold-plated pension and a lifetime expense account. So, Mr. Speaker, in closing, I just want to say, I hope in the future we have bills that provide actually information to address these key factors. When we debate in this House, we have to talk about solutions that will be long-term and not undermine the democratic process that we have in Canada. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm sorry, this came up a bit sooner than I expected, but I'll just be very direct. $1, that's what the Bloc Québécois is proposing to pay the next Governor General of Canada, $1. And the reason is quite simple. When you have a symbolic position, well, it only makes sense that the remuneration should be symbolic too. Historically, the role of the Governor General required of that individual to make a number of decisions about the governance and future of Canada. However, the role has become a protocol role. It's become symbolic, but the fact remains that the approval of the Governor General is still at the heart of certain procedures. And without that, the government would be unable to proceed. So let's look at this a little closer. What is the role of the Governor General? They're the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. They give royal assent to legislation passed by the House of Commons and the Senate. They sign official documents. They read the throne speech. They preside over the swearing-in of the Prime Minister, the Chief Justice, and cabinet ministers. They appoint lieutenant governors and who are the representatives of the Queen in Quebec and in the provinces. Now let's talk about compensation. Under the current legislation, the Governor General receives an annual salary of over, and this is not an exhaustive list, an annual salary of over $270,000, an expense account, which is quite significant, and a lifelong pension of $150,000 a year. And I won't talk about any specific examples, and I won't talk about all their spending, their lavish spending. For example, Julie Payette, or we call her the swearing-in party. Her swearing-in party cost no less than $650,000. Cost taxpayers no less than $650,000, and that's without talking about the $150,000 a year pension and the millions of dollars spent on renovations to the GG's residence to make it to her liking. I could go on and on and on with examples of others. For Michaëlle Jean, her swearing-in party was also very expensive. So you can see there's tons of examples of lavish spending, but it's just patently clear that the spending by the Government of Canada to maintain a symbolic position that is of indispensable insignificance, to paraphrase constitutional expert Patrick Taillon. So in order to support the GG's activities and personal spending and a comfortable retirement, it's outrageous, it's scandalous from the point of view of taxpayers. And speaking of symbolism, Mr. Speaker, there's tons of it in this place. Since I arrived here, I've seen lots of it. Sometimes I was a bit gullible. I didn't expect so much of it, but the monarchy and the daily prayer are examples of that symbolism. But there's some things I simply have to mention. The monarchy is everywhere. And as a Quebecer, being reminded constantly that we were colonized, it's difficult. It's hard to take. I just reject it outright. It's absurd to thank and revere a sovereign who, as I might remind everyone, is the head of the Church of England, the Anglican Church, and who lives on the other side of the ocean. It's just absurd, this attachment. And even closer to home, I talked about the Governor General, but it's the same thing that applies when we talk about the monarch. Well, the representative of the Queen is the Governor General. And as I said, it's insulting to taxpayers to have to pay for this symbolism, for this outdated institution that is the monarchy. And I'm a bit emotional here because it just doesn't make any sense to me. It goes beyond my fathoming in this day and age. I represent Quebecers. I represent my riding. And as you know, Mr. Speaker, 75% of Quebecers are in favor of abolishing not the GG, not the Governor General, but the monarchy itself. This is revolting to us. Perhaps I'm just symbolically rebellious, but what I see is there's the separation of church and state. If you just think about the week we've just been through, where people can't separate a religion from government, and this worries me to the utmost, and it seems to me that we still haven't achieved a true separation of church and state. So these empty symbols are relics of colonial days, and they prevent us from seeing what are our true founding principles. And I'd like to pay tribute to the Patriots Rebellion. I'm a Quebecer. I talk about the Patriots, our Patriots. But there were some on this side of the river, too. The Patriots fought, and we're aware of that history. These are people who fought for us to have more rights and freedoms, more transparency, more accountability, and more representation. So perpetuating this spirit of freedom is a question of honor, freedom, and memory. And that's what I want as a parliamentarian. I want us to stand up and refuse and reject these links that continue to keep us in chains, the links to the colonial era. The Patriots would be turning over in their graves right now if they saw us still bowing down to the monarchy. Given our history, I get the feeling that the members opposite have not learned any lessons from our history. And once again, in all humility, I have to say that I don't need all that to represent the ideals of democracy and freedom. I don't need this kind of symbolism. It's superfluous. And I also would like to talk about some of the things I've learned here in this place. The prayer that is read before each sitting of this House. In the last Parliament, I had tabled a motion asking to get rid of this practice, which to my mind is completely archaic. If Canada boasts about being secular, well, a prayer to the Lord and the Queen and the Governor-General before each sitting, once again, it's a pointless symbol. And this symbolism might encourage us not to take full responsibility for what we do. When I talk about freedom and responsibility and accountability, I don't need to refer to God or the Queen. I can stand up for those things myself. I can do my job rationally in an enlightened way. I can represent people without any reference to these higher beings. I don't need to pray for someone to say us. I don't need someone else to take the credit for what I do as an elected official. So as an elected official, as a member of Parliament, I see this again as a relic of the monarchy and the Governor-General. The same thing goes for the Governor-General. And even in these symbolic gestures like the daily prayer, and even though it doesn't cost us anything, I still refuse to participate in that practice. So even less would I want to pay someone who doesn't represent me at all. So I'm against having this person. So by way of conclusion, just quickly, I represent my constituents and Quebecers. And as I said, 75% of Quebecers are for abolishing the monarchy. And I agree with them. I'm not a humble subject of Her Majesty. I am the member for Manicouagan, and I am accountable to my constituents. I hope that Canada will finally get rid of these archaic symbols. I hope that they will focus on something more concrete and on concepts maybe more freely arrived at. I talked about the Patriots earlier. Instead of bowing down to some overseas monarch. And for the Bloc and myself, obviously our plans for the future are completely opposed to this example that's set by the Governor-General. Quebecers want to be free and able to decide for themselves. Meanwhile, while we await Quebec's independence as a nation, let's take the first steps to throw off the monarchy and reduce the Governor-General's salary to $1. $1, not even indexed for inflation. And that a symbol must remain just that, a symbol. Thank you.
The islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today to discuss Bill C-271 concerning the office of the Governor-General. I find some of the assumptions underlying this proposal to be perhaps, well-intentioned, but definitely misinformed. I welcome the chance to set the record straight on a few of the critical points. The bill proposes to limit the salary of the Governor-General to $1 a year. This appears to be based on the notion that the office is purely symbolic in nature and therefore does not really do anything substantive. This implies that it could somehow be recast as part-time, voluntary, or would have no impact. Of course, Mr. Speaker, nothing could be further from the truth. The job is, in fact, one of the busiest in Ottawa. It is a 24/7 commitment for the individual and their spouse. It is an incredible honor to serve in the office and is very rewarding. But make no mistake, it is all-consuming. I think it is important to understand this when reflecting upon the bill before us. So if the House will indulge me, I would like to take a moment to reflect on exactly what the Governor-General does and how they spend their time. It is perhaps easiest to look at the role from two different perspectives, Mr. Speaker. There are the constitutional functions and the ceremonial functions. On one hand, you have the business of helping the government to run smoothly. On the other, you have an office whose role and purpose is to celebrate Canada and Canadians and the shared values that bond us together. As parliamentarians, we are pretty familiar with the constitutional and administrative side of things. Activities such as swearing in of members of cabinet, reading speeches of the throne, and proroguing or dissolving parliament. But this is not the full picture, Mr. Speaker. There is also a legislative component that can be very time-consuming. Governors General have to approve orders in council and other instruments, as well as legislative as well as the legislation passed here in the House and that of the Senate. In a typical year, that can be well over 1,000 individual instruments. And while it would be nice to say that governments are well-oiled machines and that those instruments only get signed during the workday, that is not the reality. I am sure that if you were to ask Mr. Johnston or Madame Clarkson, they can tell you about getting phone calls from the Privy Council office officials on weekends and evenings asking to review and sign urgent documents so that programs could start, money could flow, or appointments could be made. That is the nature of the job, Mr. Speaker, and Governors General are often called upon to be flexible and to rearrange their plans at a moment's notice. Of course, the constitutional aspect is only a part of the equation, and I would suggest a comparatively small one when you break it down into terms of dividing up the actual workday. More time is generally spent on ceremonial aspects of the job, on representing and celebrating the country and the best of our citizens and our society. But the Governor General represents Canada. They do this at home and abroad. They receive visiting heads of state. They conduct state visits abroad, sometimes to have a crisis, sometimes having to crisscross the globe on trade missions or to attend funerals of foreign dignitaries. They accept the credentials as foreign diplomats. Equally important, Mr. Speaker, they encourage excellence and achievement. Many Canadians likely do not realize that it is Rideau Hall that administers the Canadian Honours System, and it is responsible for awards such as the Order of Canada, the Medal of Bravery, and the Polar Medal. In a typical year, the Governor General would attend dozens of ceremonies and give out hundreds, if not thousands, of awards to worthy Canadians. It is always gratifying and humbling to see how many talented and caring Canadians there are in communities across the country. Part of the Governor General's job is to identify, highlight, and celebrate these people and their accomplishments so that they serve us as an example to everyone in Canada. It is, in a similar context, the Governor General is a patron to many charitable organizations using the office and their stature to draw attention to worthy causes. Another important role that the Governor General plays, Mr. Speaker, is that of Commander-in-Chief of the Canadian Armed Forces. In this capacity, they give out military honors and awards. They visit Canadian Forces personnel and their families and friends at home and abroad. But most importantly, they celebrate the accomplishments of our troops, and they are there to grieve and to support them during times of tragedy. Mr. Speaker, what I have described is clearly not a symbolic job. This is a job where the incumbent shows up. This is not the job where an incumbent shows up occasionally and cuts a few ribbons here and there. The workload is significant. I am told that in a typical year, they would see over 500 events. A Governor General might be asked to give over 200 speeches in a year. They would visit dozens of communities, and they would open doors of their homes and of Rideau Hall to hundreds of thousands of guests every year. This is, by all objective criteria, a full-time commitment, and I believe that the people deserve to be fairly compensated when they agree to work such as this on behalf of a country. This takes me to the second concern about this bill, Mr. Speaker. For argument's sake, let's say that the member is right and that the Governor General should only receive $1 a year. What are the consequences for that? Where does that take us? The answer, Mr. Speaker, is nowhere good. I ask the member himself, could you afford to work for $1 a year? The work we do here representing Canadians is critical to the functioning of our democracy. Would you be willing to do all of that on a volunteer basis? Canadians could honestly say that even if they wanted to, they could assume full-time employment and not be paid for it? Not many, Mr. Speaker. In fact, only a very small and very wealthy percentage of the population could ever entertain that proposition. Mr. Speaker, our government is looking to ensure that public institutions reflect the diversity of this country. This means embracing diversity in appointments to Crown Corporation boards. It means having a senior civil service drawn from Canadians from all parts of the country and diverse backgrounds and experiences. And I would argue the same should be true for the highest office in the land. To suggest that only the rich need apply closes the door to the vast majority of Canadians. That simply is not fair, nor is it just. And it is bad public policy. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I have heard it suggested that limiting compensation would be a move to somehow take money away from the Queen and the monarchy, as if we cut a check for the Governor General directly to Buckingham Palace. Again, this is simply not reality. The Office of the Governor General is a uniquely Canadian institution. It is fundamental to our Canadian system of responsible government. For 7 decades, it has been held by a Canadian who is supported by dedicated Canadian public servants. I believe in the importance of the institution. I know that I am certainly not alone in this House when I say that. And while I firmly believe that institutions need to continually evolve and meet changing public expectations, what is being proposed simply is not positive or helpful towards this change. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And this is quite an interesting bill from the bloc. I had a few different thoughts about it. One is it shows a shifting view on the minimum wage. I wonder what precedent it would set for our minimum wage laws if we started paying a government employee $1 a year. My other thought was just to reflect on one of my favorite quotes from Winston Churchill. He said that the genius of a system of constitutional monarchy is that when a nation wins a battle, they say, God save the Queen, and when they lose a battle, they vote down the Prime Minister. And the third thought I had in particular on this bill was that it really amounts to a throwing out of the baby with the bathwater. And let me explain the context around that a little bit. So we had a fairly serious scandal over the last number of years involving the Governor General. And it really started with a choice by the Prime Minister to not use the review and vetting process that had been put in place by the previous government. There had been some discussion about the appropriate mechanisms for review of vice-regal appointment and the creation of a committee to assist with that work. The Governor General is an extremely important position in our political life. The appointment of that position is very consequential, and so steps were taken under the previous Conservative government to really strengthen the effectiveness and the independence of that appointment process. The Prime Minister, whether just in a typical but ill-conceived desire to be different from his predecessor, or for some other political reason, decided to ignore that process. And there was an appointment which clearly, as a result of some of the problems that happened after the appointment took place, but also evident in other things that came to light, we saw that the Prime Minister had showed a real lack of wisdom in bringing this scandal about by simply not using the appointment structure that had been put in place previously. Had the Prime Minister simply chosen to consult, to follow the processes that had been laid down, then we would not have had this problem. And following that, this, of course, the scandal emerging and the resignation of the Governor General, there has justly been a public outcry around the significant post-office benefits. Not post-office benefits, post-office benefits that the Governor General receives when he or she leaves that position, and in particular in the context of a Governor General who didn't even complete the full term and had to leave as a result of scandal. And I've certainly been hearing from many constituents who think, especially for somebody who does not complete their term of office, that these benefits are not appropriate. So there's a lot of work done, and I salute the work being done by my colleague, the member for Sarnia-Lambton, around really trying to address this issue and identify the particular problem in the context of this scandal and a particular solution. Now, we understand that anytime there's a scandal, anytime there's a failure of the Prime Minister in this case, and we've seen a lot of scandals out of this government, needless to say, anytime there's a scandal, it raises questions about our public institutions. Perhaps it can weaken faith in those institutions, and sometimes we have those within this Parliament who want to capitalize on that to run down the institution completely. And this is what we see, frankly, with this block bill that is going that is taking a real issue following a real scandal as a result of the Prime Minister's failures to engage in proper vetting and use the process that was available. And then the Bloc is trying to take it to the other extreme and essentially degrade the office of Governor General by saying that that we would pay the Governor General $1 a year. Now, I guess just a couple points specifically on that proposal. I'm not entirely sure it's a serious proposal. I mean, I'm not sure. Of course, given the number of ridings they run people in, the Bloc will never form a national government. But hypothetically, if they did, I don't think this is a policy they would even implement. It's obviously untenable for lots of reasons. But it is interesting to just observe that in our parliamentary history, the history of our system, I don't think in this country, but I think historically in the UK, there was a time when parliamentarians were not compensated, and it was actually a big kind of reform, the idea that members of Parliament should be paid for what they do, and as much as as much as we don't often hear clamoring from the public for higher salaries for functionaries or politicians, there was a reality to the need for that reform, because at one time, politics, because members of Parliament were not paid, politics was the exclusive proviso of the wealthy. If something is not paid, then only people that have other sources of revenue can do that activity. But if you introduce a salary, even a modest one for something, then it makes that position accessible to more people. As much as much as we can debate sort of the specific levels, the fact that we pay some salary to elected officials, to public servants, to people who hold important ceremonial offices, is necessary if we want those positions to be accessible to all Canadians. So the proposal, to the extent that it is a serious proposal from the Bloc to effectively not pay the Governor General, would mean that a person would have to be quite independently wealthy to be in this position, because they would have to be looking at likely 5 years, hopefully 5 years, if they serve out their term of not receiving any compensation. They'd have to be volunteering full time for that period. So I think if the Bloc wants to go down this road, we may see private members' bills for them to eliminate their own salaries, eliminate the salaries of other people who work in government. I don't anticipate we'll see that, because I of the reality that we want important offices of state to be accessible to people based on their merits and based on the support they receive, not based on their ability to maintain themselves from other sources of revenue while they're in those positions. But I do think, Mr. Speaker, that there's another issue, perhaps the substance behind what the Bloc is trying to do here, and that is undermine the system of government to challenge the idea of a constitutional monarchy in general. And I would just say I think the structure of our system, it is time tested and it has been effective of having a kind of locus of national loyalty that is independent of elected politicians. In presidential systems, you have an elected person who also sort of represents the nation in a symbolic sense. And I think the genius of constitutional monarchy is that the decision-making power is in the hands of the people's representatives, but that there also is a locus of national loyalty that is independent of elected politicians. This breeds what I would call a healthy disrespect for politicians. That is, we are not the people who are the ultimate locus of sort of shared national focus. We don't have a president who is sort of embodies these dual roles of political but also ceremonial. We have a separation between that ceremonial function of the person who represents the unity of the nation and elected politicians who have important decision-making roles, but who inevitably, by engaging in the process of making decisions and debate, become points of division. You can agree or disagree with what a particular politician is saying, but hopefully a monarch or a vice-regal can become a sort of expression of universally shared values. And I think that distinction is a better system, and it's well embodied by that quote I shared from Winston Churchill at the beginning, that when a nation wins a battle, they sing "God Save the Queen," and when they lose a battle, they vote down the prime minister. That in great moments of national celebration, it's not all about the politicians. It's about the values that a nation shares and the ability of a monarch or a vice-regal, independent of politics, to seek to embody those values. So I think the Governor General is an important office. It's unfortunate the failures of the Prime Minister that have precipitated a scandal in the context of that office, and we need to do better going forward. But let's not accept this block attempt to throw out the value of these institutions just because of this scandal. We can address the issues in this scandal while still recognizing the critically important role played by this office.
Resuming debate, prise de débat. En conséquence, j'invite.
I will now give the honourable member for Mirabel his 5-minute right to reply. The honourable member will have up to 5 minutes for his comments. The honourable member. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I think 5 minutes is plenty for me to say what I think of the Governor General. Well, Mr. Speaker, when we started debating this bill, there wasn't even a Governor General. And did we really need one? People said, oh, goodness me, we need a Governor General right away. Well, no one's actually saying that. In fact, I would say that the atmosphere is much better at Rideau Hall since the last one left. Now, if I went to Britain, I would tell the Queen, you know what? I think we can do without the Governor General. But that's not what the Prime Minister will do. Because for him, the monarchy is an important a symbol like multiculturalism or bilingualism. And the prayer in this house, which doesn't make any sense. This is supposed to be a secular place. None of this has any value in Quebec. The recent months have shown that we don't need this kind of passive, outdated, nostalgic British symbol. In Quebec, we don't see ourselves reflected in that at all. We should get rid of the Governor General, but of course you never will. Now, I understand why it takes a long time. I can understand why rights for families and workers, haven't been respected. But, we're holding up a symbol that is anti-democratic. And you know, at the Bloc, we're actually proposing a reasonable approach here. It's a symbolic role and a symbolic salary. $1. $1. That's perfect. The Governor General is paid by the taxpayers. Gets to eat all kinds of wonderful hors d'oeuvres and anything that they want in these, you know, international receptions. It's all free. They can have all the champagne they want. They can go to all kinds of cocktail parties. And I'm convinced that there are lots of people who would be able to attend a few boring ceremonies and then get some free food and a free place to stay all day long. A lot of people would be happy to do that. But this is a symbolic office, and so the salaries should be symbolic. So I would invite my esteemed colleagues to vote for my bill. But I'm sure they won't because they like the monarchy. But this just isn't relevant in a democratic parliament. We shouldn't have a constitutional monarchy. In fact, I think hardworking people would be better represented by members of parliament who will actually help them, who will represent them in parliament, not the Governor General and not the Queen. That's what a democracy is. People are proud to be independent and proud that they're elected by ordinary people, or that they vote in ordinary people to represent them. Maybe Canada doesn't need a symbol of inequality. You know, we always say we're a big democracy, but then we constantly recognize the monarchy and the Governor General, which is proof that people are not born equal. It's an anti-democratic position. It's an anti-democratic office. Now, maybe my colleagues will decide to finally understand, but, you know, I think $1, that's enough.
En conséquence,
The question is as follows. Mr. Marcil, seconded by Mr. Trudel, moves that Bill C-271, an act to amend the Governor General's Act, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage. If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes to request a recorded division, or that the motion be adopted on division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. I see the honourable member for Mirabel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think you know I'm going to be calling for a recorded division so that we can see who is for the monarchy and who's against it. Pursuant to order adopted Monday, January 25th, 2021, the recorded division stands deferred until Wednesday, June 16th, 2021, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. It being 2:13 p.m., this House stands adjourned until Monday at 11 a.m., pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.